Your brother's cute, and your brother's such a handsome face. My sister was like this woman handing home.
That's so funny.
So sweet.
All right, folks, as you're joining us here today, we'll ask you to please mute your videos, mute your microphones.
When I send to love, or do you want something else?
Would be an array.
All right. Looks that mute upon entry button is not cooperating with us, but here we are. I think we're ready to roll. Thanks, Doug. So good afternoon officially, everybody, and on behalf of Fourth Space, welcome. Located on unceded Indigenous lands in Tiohtià:ke, Montreal, Concordia University's Fourth Space is activated daily via live events such as today's to create engagement around the various initiatives, dialogues, research projects, and collaborative activities happening across the university. It is therefore our pleasure to once again welcome in the team behind the scenes of the Writers Read project and their invited guests for a full day of activities focused on writing life. The first of today's events is the panel conversation, A Writing for Dollars, so welcome in for that. Since guests have been invited to speak, we have a panelist of guests here. We'll be in gallery view for our recording and live stream, and would therefore ask audience members to keep your video and audio off during until the question period, so that we can kind of focus the spotlight on our guest. The chat is, of course, activated for your questions and reflections as well. And on that happy note, I pass it over for the official welcome to Laura Mota. Over to you, Laura.
Thank you, Anna. Although this event is happening hybrid, so we have some in person, we have some online, we would first like to acknowledge that Concordia University is located on unceded lands of the Kanien'kehá:ka Nation. Tiohtià:ke, Montreal is historically known as a gathering place for many First Nations. We respect the continued connections with the past, present, and future in our ongoing relationship with Indigenous and other peoples. We're very grateful to Concordia Indigenous Directions Leadership Group for crafting this statement we just shared. And we would also like to express our solidarity with land defenders of Turtle Island. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. I am Stephanie Bolster. I'm the coordinator of the Creative Writing Program. I'm very happy to see all of you here, although here is, of course, multiple places. Looking forward to our Writing Life panels and workshops today. As you know, we have several different activities that are happening consecutively over the next few hours. So you can come and go. You can stay here all the way through from now until 5:30 for a marathon of panels and workshops. There are, as I think you know by now, there are some people physically in the space at Fourth Space and some on Zoom. So I was supposed to be in the space, and circumstances changed, and I'm participating virtually. So I'm grateful for the fact that I can do this, that we can have people here from various places, all celebrating writing and talking about their writing lives together. I would like to begin by thanking the Faculty of Arts and Science for the funding that makes Writers Read possible, as well as the invaluable Laura Mota, who you just heard from, and Emily Zubarek, who will be coming in later today. They are the wonderful assistants for the Writers Read series, and they've done a lot of work this year making this event possible and a lot of events in the fall term as well. So thank you so much, Laura and Emily. I'd also like to thank Olivia Ward, the English department's extraordinary administrator, who has helped in various essential ways to keep us afloat, including dealing with a ridiculously complex new financial system that has made everyone's lives difficult. She's dealt with this with grace and patience. So thank you to Olivia. I'd like to thank Anna, Doug, and Carrie at the Fourth Space. Have made this such a welcome place to be, even if we're not physically there. We'd like to thank them for their technical and promotional support, and just for the aplomb with which they handle events like this on a daily basis. I just marvel at it. And I would also like to pay special thanks to the donors who provide funding to Concordia students at both the graduate and the undergraduate level. they really enrich the experience of these students and also enrich the program as a whole. I know some of the donors some are here, some may not have made it here yet, but I'll thank them anyway. So warm thanks to Gabriel Safdie, who I know is planning to join us today, Ruth Steinberg and David Steinberg. I know Ruth is planning to join us and may be here if she is. Hello, Ruth. Also Candace Hoodham, Angela Lipper, and Wendy Katz of the Carol Epstein Foundation. Welcome to Candace and Angela. And I would like to thank all of you for the invaluable work that you do in supporting our students. We're truly grateful for that sponsorship and proud of the students whose studies you support. So I'm not going to be a talking head for much longer. I'm just going to introduce our first panel, which is rather cheekily titled Writing for Dollars. If I'm not mistaken, the title came to us from the panel's moderator, my beloved colleague, Terence, or as I know him, Terry Byrnes, who in addition to having taught at Concordia for several decades, has done some writing for dollars himself, off in the background. And I've known Terry for 22 years now. We first met by the elevators in the library building on the day of my job interview here. But the nature of our working lives and our schedules means that when we speak, it tends to be briefly in the hallway or hovering in the doorway. And when we do talk, it's about our work as teachers primarily. And so I'm looking forward to hearing more about the other Terry through this panel. I think I can say that as diligent as Terry, the teacher may be, the Terry that you'll get to meet here lives a little bit more on the wild side. And I think those experiences and insights animate his work in the classroom. He's had an important career as a photographer. In addition to photographing writers in their natural habitats, I know that he once developed a project that involved inviting people to create crowns for themselves. So that was probably not a for dollars project, but a project from the heart. He's also, in his own words, worked as a literary ghost, often with all the mystery that term suggests. His professional start as a writer was with Rolling Stone. He published his first story in a Playboy magazine directed towards younger and hipper readers, and he donned the dark veil of Maria the fortune-telling gypsy for the world's second largest tabloid, Globe Midnight. And then there are rumors of his dog food recipes for Francis Ford Coppola's City, which some of us, somebody's going to ask him about that at the end if it doesn't come up in the panel. So all of which suggests that there's a lot to talk about here, and he's just one of several people you're going to be hearing from in this panel. So I will now step aside, let the talking begin, and that will get started with the one and only Terry Byrnes. Terry, over to you.
Thank you, Stephanie. That's far, far more than I deserve. I've been given the entirely undeserved and inexplicable title of moderator, and it's undeserved and inexplicable because I don't really know the people on the panel at all. So toward the end of allowing me to earn the status I've been given, let me ask people to give a quick thumbnail of themselves and introduce themselves. And I will begin with Debra Sadowski.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here today. Thanks for having me. Wow, I wasn't planning on doing a little intro for myself. Well, I graduated from the creative writing program at Concordia in '96, and I own and operate a PR firm here in downtown Toronto. I'm still working from home for the last 22 years, and I have the most fond memories of being at Concordia and my experience there.
Thank you. And Benjamin Hackman.
Unmute. Very good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Okay. I attended Concordia as an undergraduate in 2005 in the creative writing department. Took every creative writing course that was available to me, and then promptly dropped out and moved to a kibbutz in Israel, where I continued to write and have continued to write since. So I'm coming at this from perhaps a slightly different perspective, in that I received a very good education, but I did not receive a piece of paper at the end for it. Since my time at Concordia, I've written poetry and fiction and published extensively. But my primary focus with regards to my artistic pursuits is that of a composer and lyricist. I manage my own large ensemble, the Holy Gasp. I've done that for the last 10 years. It's taken on many iterations, from a one-man poetry and percussion act to a jazz sextet to a 27-person big band to a 15-person choir, and most presently it exists as a 45-person orchestra. And in everything that I've done with that, I have always strived for the lyrics and the literary component of that music to be at the forefront of the artistic pursuit. So I have learned to sing from studying writing, shall we say.
Thank you, Benjamin. JP Karwacki.
Hey, everybody. Thanks to Concordia for inviting me to come out here. Where do I start? So I'm a writer and journalist that's been living in Montreal for 16 years now. I got my start actually after I left Concordia's creative writing program as a bookseller and tried to enter into the master's program, couldn't hack it, and promptly left to end up working in kitchens for a while. And so I got my start in writing about food for Cult Montreal, and that sort of propelled into a whole stream of different professions that I ended up having since. I've been a teacher, I've been an educational designer, and somehow, somewhere along the line, landed myself into journalism as my main focus. But now I've been poached by the architecture firm that's headquartered here in Montreal, LeMay, and I'm the official title is the National Creative Writer right now. Yeah, so that's it.
Thank you. And the person with the indisputably nicest shirt, Pasha Malla.
It's very generous. Yeah, I live in Hamilton, Ontario. We've been here about 6 years. I finished grad school in Concordia, 20 years ago or so. Yeah, I don't know, I write fiction and nonfiction, and my most recent book is called Kill Them All, and it came out in 2021, and I just finished the sequel, so that's sitting with my publisher right now. I don't know what to tell you. I do a little teaching. I'm teaching right now at McMaster. I'm the writer-in-residence at McMaster as well. I don't know, played basketball yesterday. I'm really sore, that's why I'm drinking Gatorade. That's all I got.
But I have a note here in the thumbnail they've given me of you saying that you have a relentless dog, and I can't let the relentless dog go.
Yeah, he's banned right now. He's probably behind that door. Yeah, he can get involved, and I don't want that. And neither do you.
Thank you. Part of the reason this meretriciously named panel exists is because in the many years that I've been teaching undergraduates and graduates for that matter, the question that comes up again and again is making a living. And a couple of things occur to me. One is from a antediluvian era when I saw in the Globe and Mail in Toronto, in the want ads section, want ads of course no longer existing, a heading that said writers wanted. That writers wanted doesn't exist anymore. And the professional world for writers has changed indescribably since then. I think the next step was probably in the 90s when, as chair of this department, I was approached by people from out of the blue wanting graduates and undergraduates to write for them for the web for free. Or one of the oddest things I saw was a company was developing a once a week 50-word porn story. And they wanted Concordia students to write 50-word pornographic stories for them every week for something less than $1 a word. The state of things now is, I suppose, in some ways similar to the way it always has been. There's no wanted section that said creative writers. Most creative writers make their own way, and it often takes a while. Something that undergraduates face quite a bit, I think, is when I ask my classes and I say, did your parents say to you, but what are you going to do with a degree in creative writing, right? And heads nod timidly, and then a few hands go up, and about 2/3 of the people say yes. People ask me, what are you going to do with that? And I mean, there are two answers. One answer is that you make your own way. and people diverge in countless directions from creative writing training. And the second is a kind of a more existential one. And that is, if you fail to pursue this at your age when you have vast amounts of time in front of you, I promise you wake up when you're 50 years old and you'll go, what if I had tried to pursue that then? So for me, that's the general background of this panel. So towards serving that curiosity and that anxiety, what we're talking about today is, I think, how people got their start, how they started making a little bit of money from this particular enterprise. And I suppose one thing that I should throw in is that this particular enterprise doesn't exclude other particular enterprises. It is possible to have a 9-to-5 job or even a retail job, for goodness sake, and still to write. They're not, as I say, they're not mutually exclusive enterprises. So I haven't actually picked on anyone who would like to tell us a bit about their start. So since I have one 3D person close to me, I'll just ask you.
It's the fourth space, so technically I think I'm 4-dimensional at this point.
Okay. All right.
How did I get my start? I left Concordia, well, I was asked by the same questions by friends and family about what I was going to be able to do with that degree once I left. So for sure, I very much know that question. And I know people being asked that question who don't go to that degree as well, and even go after, say, like an English literature degree or something. I was on the cusp of, I've been thinking about this all morning, and I think really it came down to the moment when I was given the permission by somebody else to write, because I found out that, like I had mentioned earlier, that Cult Montreal was willing to take on writers to write articles about restaurants at the time, when maybe restaurant criticism wasn't such a gauche thing to do. But looking back, that was the moment when someone else was willing to give me a shot and give me the permission to write. But the one thing that I tend to tell people who are younger and entering the industry, if we're going to call it that, would be that you're able to give yourself permission at just about any point. There are tons of opportunities out there. It's just a matter of knowing where to look and having the gall to ask people who you think don't want to field your questions, but they're willing to answer them for you because they went through the same experience. Nobody was handed a career.
Good, thank you. There's also, I think, indisputably a fake it to make it element going here, because it's not as though when you're beginning, you've got a huge CV to show yourself off. Another volunteer for a beginner. Pasha?
Yeah, sure. I think that one of the things that helped me, and it's really hard to sort of go back, 20 years ago now and try to like reconfigure how I started what I'm doing. There's like the mythologized version where I was working 3 jobs and working and writing at 3 a.m, which is like partly true. But I think that what helped me is like, I was just really cocky. And I really thought that I could write in a way that in retrospect, like I didn't know what I was doing at all. And I still don't. And I think you kind of like figure that out, like the humility, at least for me, the humility has come in later. So I was sort of just like, I would open up the Globe and Mail and be like, I'm better than this. And I would think like, I can write for this. And I would just try and fail and get rejected until I did. And like, I would read the Journey Prize anthology. I was like, I want to have a story in here. And I would just submit until eventually I did. So I think that like, that kind of like youthful cockiness really served me well, just as far as like achieving the things that I wanted to achieve. Then like ultimately like you grow older and realize, all those things are like fundamentally vacuous and empty anyway, but it did help me just start to get published. And then, we are gifted in Canada for creative writers with the Canada Council for the Arts, and in Ontario, the Ontario Arts Council. And once I started getting a few publications, I, was able to sort of apply and get some grant money as well, which was a huge, it's such a gift. I have friends who are writers in the States, and there's, there are a few grants available for writers, but nothing like we have here. So, between grants and just like trying to freelance and figuring out like where are the places I want to write for, and just kind of blindly and relentlessly submitting stuff until I got in there was sort of what initially happened. But I was working a couple other jobs, and I did a lot of my writing really late at night or really early in the morning.
Just to pick up on one of your points, I think the relentlessness is key. I still, after 55 years of doing it, still sometimes fall prey to a sense of exhaustion and defeat and futility. And a friend of mine, Josh Nelman, who is a graduate of the undergraduate program here and who's made a considerable name for himself in Toronto, was visiting me this summer, and I was complaining about difficulty I was having placing something. And he gave me a look of, I'm embarrassed to say, undisguised disgust. And he said, you just keep on trying, just don't stop, right? And if I were to be really cynical and unkind, which I probably am inclined to do too much, I could pick out people in the arts in this country whose merits as an artist I might question, but if you look at their record, what you see is they just never stopped, and longevity counts. Thank you, Debra.
I have a bit of a different story, I guess. One of the reasons why I think I pursued what I pursued was because of a famous story I've told many times over the years about Thompson Highway. He was my writer in residence. My specialty was playwriting and poetry. And one late afternoon, I sat with Thompson one-on-one as he was critiquing my latest piece. And he said to me, kid, you're pretty good, but I think you like shoes too much to be a playwright. And I said, you're wrong, I can do this. He was right. It's not that I like shoes too much, but I think at the end of the day, I wasn't prepared to not have a career that would support a family and a future that I aspired to have. And I still write poetry quite regularly, and I love it. It'll always be a first love. But I wanted to find a career where I knew I would have a stable income. And so I tried my hand at a few different things. My last few months in Montreal before I moved back to Toronto, I was fundraising for Concordia and the Alumni Association. And so I started learning how to do telemarketing. And actually, that was my first published piece outside of poetry. I wrote a piece for the magazine about my experience telemarketing and raising money for Concordia. And then I came back and I really didn't know what I wanted to do. And so I kept on reading at bars for beer and doing stuff like that, and kept on telemarketing. And then eventually one thing led to the next. I worked in all different, I knew I wanted to be in the creative industry. So I worked for an agent, and I tried my hand at, producing a little bit. And then I found public relations. And it was kind of the perfect match for being able to write creatively and also have a sustainable career where I knew I could grow. So I started working for another agency. In my very early days, my mom was quite ill and passed, and my boss at the time wasn't going to give me time off to spend with her. So I left. And then in January 2000, I started my firm, Rocket Promotions. So my biggest question that I get from people all the time is, did you take PR? Did you have a business degree? And I say, no, I had none of that, but I knew how to write. And so I was able to write press releases. I was able to pitch media. I was able to speak to journalists in a way that they appreciated. And the creative part of my writing, I think, is what really, I know is what got my career started. So I feel really lucky for that. And I have been surrounded by creatives for the last couple of decades and stay true to that. So we represent clients like the Juno Awards, Live Nation. We do a lot of work with music, playwrights, entertainment, all that kind of fun stuff.
Thank you very much, Debra. Benjamin.
Yeah, I echo a lot of the things that Pasha said. I do think that a certain young arrogance is quite useful because, of course, now when one looks back at the supremely difficult things, the difficult aspects that go into creating and producing a work of art, I sometimes think, oh, I'd never have the audacity to do that now, knowing how difficult it is, in fact, to do that. But I was not particularly motivated by money. I was motivated to be great and to excel at my art and craft, and to connect with people and to feel that I had made an emotional impact in other people's lives. So I knew that as long as I could do something that would sustain me enough to be able to make art, I would be satisfied and indeed happy. So I looked at the arts councils. Toronto is a very good city to live in as an artist because you're eligible for Toronto Arts Council, Ontario Arts Council, and Canada Council. And we have good arts councils in this province. So I looked at the Toronto Arts Council. How many poems do I need to publish to be eligible? Okay, 1. So I worked towards getting 1 publication, and then I worked towards getting that 1 grant, and then I did. Then I saw how many publication credits do you need to be eligible for an Ontario Arts Council? I can't remember what it is now, maybe it was 5. So I worked towards that. And there was this sense of like going from municipal to provincial to national that had this incremental visual climb that I felt that I could ascend towards, and that provided a good level of motivation. Once I got to the level of getting Canada Council grants, I also got to the point of being able to support myself through these grants for perhaps 9 months of a year. But that wasn't really enough. And I really detested working any sort of job that wasn't creatively fulfilling for me. So without much formal training in music, I became interested in setting my own lyrics to music. And I guess I had enough wherewithal to figure out how to do some of this stuff. It's always a bit of a mystery how I ended up with a professional career in music. But, you know, I said, well, these are the things I can do. And then the things that I couldn't do, I would approach somebody else and say, you know, you've got some orchestration experience. Would you help me set my melodies to larger ensemble work? And then, you know, if you get along well with people and you know how to ask very specific questions, you can often accomplish things in that respect. And music is just inarguably more lucrative than poetry. I mean, I'm the farthest thing from, you know, I saw that Drake just put a house on the market for 14 million. I'm a far cry from that. I don't own property, but you can make a little bit more, and there's more opportunities for revenue through music as well, because not only are there album sales, but there are ticket sales. And then every once in a while, you know, if the CBC picks up a song and plays it for a summer, actually the royalties are quite comfortable. So this sort of thing never really existed in the realm of poetry for me. And I also discovered something about music making, which is that it's not a very lonely art form at all. Poetry and other sorts of writing for the page require, you know, in Yiddish, we use the word Sitzfleisch. It means literally the fat on your ass. In other words, the ability to sit for long periods of time. And I do have Sitzfleisch, but it's lonely. You know, a long piece of writing takes a long time, and disruptions are not welcome. But in music making, especially now, I'm working with 45-person ensembles. I'm just surrounded by people. And so creativity is, you get it at every single direction. Everybody has interesting ideas, and everybody can do quite inspired things when given a bit of encouragement. And so I have been very lucky for the past, almost for the past decade. I've been able to support myself meagerly, but support myself nonetheless through mainly arts council grants. Now, I'm also, I don't miss a deadline ever. And if I'm eligible for something, I apply, and I'm constantly thinking, okay, this project's funding is coming to an end. So what's my next project and where will that funding come from? And it's keeping up with that is a full-time job, but I'm motivated to do that. And I suppose that any amount of money is not satisfying, but grants have a funny way of saying we recognize you as good, maybe not great, but good enough for a bit of money. And that feels good. And it provides an adequate amount of inspiration and motivation to keep going. So that's my story there.
Thank you, everyone. I won't contribute too much to those stories because mine is rather embarrassing in comparison. Because as I listen to my colleagues speak, I'm aware of the amount of self-awareness that they possessed as they were progressing. And although I gave Stephanie the information that said that I began writing professionally for Rolling Stone, that's much more elevated than what actually happened. And if I wanted to back all the way down the ladder, I would probably go to about 1965 when I was 17 years old and cut loose from most other social structures. And I lived and worked in the US for about 12 years. And I was living alone in Manhattan and working for the second largest recording company in Manhattan, Gotham Recording. And we would get, by the way, I did the sound for the Captain Kangaroo morning kid show, in case any of you have ever seen that. And we would get little jobs that would come in. And one of those jobs was someone was importing Japanese movies that seemed as though they might have some saleable Western content. So I remember one in particular that showed hundreds and hundreds of Japanese Christians being crucified. So someone at some stage of film marketing decided, Christians being crucified, we can sell that. The problem was we did not receive scripts with these movies. So what we had to do was to look up the film and to reverse engineer a story that would make the film suitable for a potential Western audience. Otherwise, once again, I said a complete lack of self-awareness. To some degree, I come from the rock and roll world, not because I was a rock and roller, but because my friends worked in that world. And so that's how I got attached to Rolling Stone. And I suppose that's one of the things to be mentioned about studying creative writing, is that you almost always make connections and friends who will also be professionally useful to you for potentially for a long time. And it's somewhat embarrassing, but it's also realistic to recognize that if I meet someone in a field that can be professionally advantageous to me, I don't completely lose awareness of the fact of that potential advantageousness of the person that I've met. I think that everyone who works almost on this freelance kind of basis is aware of the value of networking and of friends. So I suppose, all right, I think maybe it would be a useful time to turn this over for audience questions. But one thing that our speakers alluded to, but didn't mention in any detail that I'm kind of interested in, is what experiences did you have as a member of creative writing workshops that fed into your later work? So if there are questions from the audience, we would be very happy to entertain them. Otherwise, we can go on telling anecdotes until the end of time. So stop us.
Ben has a question in the, they have their hand up very politely.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to thank you guys for this panel. I was really looking forward to it. And my question is about rejection and how your reaction to rejection as a writer has evolved throughout your journey as a creative writer or an artist in general.
Who would like to field that?
I'll tackle it. You will be rejected with 100% certainty. You should know you will be rejected, and you'll be rejected at probably every stage of your career. So it's best not to be surprised by it. My way is to, if I see an email from a publisher that I've submitted to, or from a granting body that I've been waiting to find out about, I say to myself very, very calmly, I say, Benjamin, you didn't get it. So don't be hurt when you find out you didn't get it, because you knew all along you didn't get it. And then if I don't get it, I say, well, I knew I wasn't going to get it, and that's okay. And I'm not discouraged. I'll keep going. And if I do get it, I'm doubly as excited. But if I get my hopes up and I say, oh, I hope I get it, and I don't get it, then I'm absolutely crushed. You must continue going, though, even in the face of rejection. There are so many reasons why a body of art is rejected. And sometimes that has to do with the quality of work. But most of the time, if you think your work is good enough to be submitting it, it usually is good enough, at least for someone. And, you know, places don't have endless amount of space to publish. Granting bodies don't have endless amounts of money. Sometimes it became a matter of two people's work was very good and one of them was on a topic similar to someone that they had liked a little bit more, so it didn't make it. There's so many valid, legitimate reasons for rejection, and seldom if ever, are they existential comments on your worth as a human being. And it's very important to recognize that it's just part of it. You win some and you lose some, and it's perfectly reasonable to lose some.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll jump in there, Terry. I think rejection is probably one of the greatest gifts you can be given when you're starting out, because growing a tough skin and not being affected by that carries forward in so many different parts of your life, whether you pursue writing or business or whatever your career is going to be. I think that, you know, I can speak to my experience as a woman in business and starting off, you know, over 20 years ago, there was very few women sitting at the table. And I think that the program and the professors and the writers that taught me were pretty harsh in our program. You know, I don't know what it's like now, but very few people carried on to finish, because if you weren't good, you were told you were not good. And, you know, kind of the best writers in our program made it to the end. So I think that the program is very, you know, excellent at telling you when you're not doing great work. Not everybody's going to be a great writer. Just because you have a degree in writing doesn't mean you're going to be amazing at it, or you're going to succeed as a writer. But I think that if it's your passion and it's something that you know you have to do, you keep on doing it. And so that's why I keep on writing for myself now. It's not necessarily, you know, for it to be on paper or to sell. I mean, people tell me all the time, why don't you try and publish a book of poetry? Maybe I will. Maybe I still will. Maybe that's still in my future. But for me, it's something I have to do. It's something that's in my heart. So it doesn't really matter if anyone accepts me for it or not. I say, try again.
Terry, just really quickly, Ben, I want to apologize for misgendering you, first of all. And second of all, I think that one of the reasons why a lot of emerging artists and kind of artists at the beginning stages of their career get rejected is because, I mean, we're talking about writing specifically, is that you end up submitting to the wrong places, the places that are not going to be amenable to your work in the first place. You know, if you're writing science fiction, you send stuff to a Canadian literary journal that doesn't consider science fiction. So I think there's like a matchmaking aspect to put yourself in the best position to really do research on the front end about where you're submitting work, who's editing there, what kind of work they publish, what other writers who you sort of might align yourself with are publishing at certain venues that might, you know, be better fits for you and your stuff. So I think that, you know, you can put yourself in a bad position to begin with by submitting work to places that are not a good fit. And it's really about finding that fit. And that goes, you know, for submitting to magazines and journals, to submitting to agents. You know, if you're looking for a literary agent, like really approaching the right agent who's going to be a good fit. So I think a lot of that rejection can be potentially avoided if you're just sending, you know, your stuff to somebody who's going to be the best fit for it.
Thank you. There's an old story before we turn to JP. There's an old story about those who have early success, and I have known a couple of people among whose very earliest stories have appeared in the New Yorker, and those people I knew always labored against the sense of failure because they felt they couldn't match up to their early success. So working for what you eventually get actually can count for quite a bit.
Yeah, I think maybe I might be coming at this from a different angle because there was a lot of gatekeeping when I got out of the creative writing program that actually dissuaded me from writing creatively for a while. I was actively telling myself I couldn't write stories and I couldn't write poetry because people were telling me I couldn't. It just goes to show that you should continue to, find people that can actually support you and have your back, and help battle the demons that you might end up having in terms of doubt. But for me, I think my form of rejection ended up coming from the journalism that I did, and that ended up becoming pretty manageable because of how it's the nature of emails. If you end up pitching a story to an editor and they say it's not a good time, you move on. You just need to keep moving on, and especially in the nature of journalism as well these days, it's good to actually have more than several pitches on the go. And the same would apply to your job applications as well. If you're looking to be able to make a living that way, don't put all of your eggs in one basket, or the Belarusian don't put all of your watermelon. Don't try to carry all your watermelons at the same time kind of anecdote there. Try not to actually put all of your weight and hopes and dreams into a single thing. Hedge your bets. I know I did. I found that actually, and the best thing that can end up coming out of that is that you're going to end up having more than one job offer in your email one time. And then all of a sudden your existential crisis is not why anybody will ever want to hire me, but what kind of path will my life take from here? And I suppose to that effect, it's good to, well, yeah, I suppose I made my point.
Thank you. I think there's a corollary to many of the points that are made. And that has to do with the sense that, with the fact that we're so tied to institutions and to the institutionalization of arts. And often undergraduates who are finishing their degree think that it is professionally necessary for them to go to graduate school quickly. It's not. Often it is very much to your advantage to take a gap year or a gap decade. First off, if you do go to a graduate school, that time when you're not in university does not count against you. Second, and possibly the more important, is that if during that time when you're not coddled and encouraged by the institution, if you keep writing, then you're in a position that is very much like the one that Debra described. You're writing because it means something to you. It has value. It's something other than the title of this panel, The Writing Life, as though the writing life is something magical, which it's not. So you take your gap year, your gap decade, you come back, you've been writing. I guarantee you will be a more productive artist and a better potential graduate student than if you just shot from being undergraduate to a graduate student.
I would add also, Terry, that it creates opportunities to become a more interesting person, and a more interesting person often has far more interesting things to write about.
Yes.
We have a question from the chat. It's towards JP. How are you using your writing skills in an architecture firm?
I think, yeah, I've thought about this from time to time, and even though I'm currently just trying to rediscover creative writing, I can't really neglect the fact that the work that I have been doing is an extension of my creativity. I find I can't really write, say, an article without trying to put a little bit of myself in it. So the skills, so I ended up focusing mostly on poetry and fiction. There was a little bit of screenwriting as well, but it was centered chiefly around fiction and poetry. Poetry is a really great avenue for just being able to experiment with language. Fiction is obviously as well by extension, but poetry was the place where it's like being able to try and make up words from scratch, being able to actually pay attention to cadence of sentences a little bit more. It depends on how you approach fiction, but essentially these ended up becoming, my studies ended up acting as like a laboratory that I could end up later using, and the experiments sometimes ended up having parts that I could end up pulling from and applying to the work that I ended up doing later professionally.
Thank you. I think we have a question back here.
Check. Perfect. This is also for JP, but we can sort of expand it to everyone in the panel depending on how much time we have. When you were talking about writing for Cult Montreal, you said something about knowing where to look for these opportunities. Do you have any particular resources or places that you continually go to find these, considering Writers Wanted ads aren't in the newspaper anymore?
Yeah, it used to be a little bit more of a Wild West online, I found, where, there was websites that were just, people were putting up job postings or calls for writers. So I suppose actually, Terry, in terms of what you were saying, where Writers Wanted isn't no longer a thing, it is out there. It is very much out there. However, you can fall into the trap of having to pay for some of these sites to be able to give you those tips. For me, though, I think that what I went through still rings true today, which is people. Don't be shy about asking writers about, hey, really like your work, just want to get to know you, as well as I have unabashedly asked people, do you know of any other opportunities that are out there? Do you know of publications that are looking? It's only through asking those kinds of questions and asking, do you know of any freelancing opportunities that I ended up finding out that Concordia's alumni has a news section on its site that pays pretty well, and they just want to write profiles about people. And in extension, you end up getting to meet very cool people. So yeah, very much it's not kind of bearing the cross of thinking that you have to entirely go this alone. Your peers in school are good for being able to support you, and I would say that the people out there who you feel have already made it are good resources that are ready and willing to help you.
Thank you. I also think it's a question, I referred earlier, and somewhat guiltily, I guess, to the notion of meeting someone who might be in the profession, and in the back of your mind you think coldly, might this person be useful to me? But that comes from a larger context. My experience is that there actually is something like a community of writers, and that they do tend to help each other. They'll say, I'll connect you with this editor, or try this publication, that there is, in that sense, we're all in this together. And as JP says, it is, I would say, almost necessary to have. Do we have another question or further comment on this one?
I'm going to make a suggestion for students graduating that social media, especially Twitter, is a great place to be connecting, especially if you're looking for freelance writing opportunities. Journalists on Twitter will post regularly about looking for writers for their outlets. So if you're looking for something that is more, on the journalistic side with a great creative writing background, it's an excellent place to connect with writers and editors. They're often posting on there.
And there's an adjacent bit of advice to that. If you're interested in writing, let's say, a nonfiction piece for a magazine, I've encountered people who think that there is a kind of in-group in the magazine world, and that you have to be known and that people have to know you, when in fact that's hardly the case. If you're an editor and you have a certain number of inches or pages to fill, you're actually hungry for material all the time. So should you write a letter asking if they are interested in what you have to offer, this is going to sound perhaps school-marmish, so forgive me for that. Make that letter correct. Make it clear, make it to the point, make your proposal also very clear, because one of the things that's going to be in that editor's mind is, oh, this is not only an interesting idea, but it's also well written. That means I'm not going to have to wrestle the piece into submission before it goes to print. Do we have another question? Another anecdote?
Tony Cooper does.
Okay.
Hi. First of all, just thank you guys for all the answers so far. It's been pretty insightful. I have a question just for the hold on, there we go. For the musical artists on the panel, as somebody who is in the creative writing program, but is also primarily a musician and songwriter, I just sort of want to hear your takes on any sort of advice on transitioning these things that we're learning into a musical or songwriting quote unquote industry?
Yeah, well, I'll be speaking on that in large part for about an hour, so I'm only going to touch on it briefly now. But I will say there's nothing you learn in the pursuit of understanding fiction and poetry that will not be directly applicable to your music career. The arts have a funny way of being rather transferable from one discipline to another. It's a very different sort of industry. The rejection is characterized differently. It's also, music is an industry in which independence is just absolutely and totally possible today. And in fact, in many instances, quite desirable compared to what it was 15, 20, 35 years ago. There's very little reason to really be, begging on your hands and knees for labels to put out your work when in fact they're not really going to offer you all that much more than an Arts Council grant might be able to offer you. Studying, you've asked a very broad question. I'm not entirely sure how to narrow it in, but studying very carefully those aspects of literature that work very effectively in poems and short stories, understanding metaphor, understanding conflict, understanding character motivation, all those things are going to benefit your lyrics and your music. And living an interesting life is going to benefit your music as well. I don't know if that quite answers your question or just whets your appetite for the workshop I'll be giving shortly.
You give me a really good teaser for your workshop. So yeah.
Very good.
Thank you.
I think Debra wanted to follow up on something I said. Is that so?
I work with a lot of musicians and have from the very start, so I can say that there's lots of songwriting opportunities for workshops that exist, and looking for those can be really helpful for meeting other songwriters. And I think it's one of those pursuits that, again, you keep on working at it and keep on keeping on, and so you only need kind of one really amazing hit song to keep you going in that industry. So just keep on meeting. I think the common theme that I'm hearing from a lot of us is continuing to surround yourself with other creatives is really important, because when you're all starting off at the same time, you're all facing similar struggles. And as you grow, if you keep at it, chances are you're going to become successful at it. So I think, finding the right people to support you and be around you and help you and push you and make you better is really important.
Thank you. Thank you. Another question?
There's some in the chat I've been noticing.
I can read it. What's your biggest creative writing failure, and how did you overcome it?
I can answer that. Or I can start anyway. I think like every first draft, every initial, past the sort of initial rapturous phase where you think you're a genius, I find that sense of failure is pretty much constant. And then, we all are tired of hearing, Samuel Beckett misquoted about fail better. The next part of that, the guy vomits because he's failed so much. Nobody talks about that. But anyway, it is good, to recognize that, part of the creative process is constantly pushing through failure. George Saunders talks, George Saunders, MacArthur Genius Grant and National Book Award and everything. He says that writing for him is just trying not to suck. And I think for a lot of us, that sort of facing one's suckiness and trying to get through it is, it's a really sort of essential part of what it is to do this for a job or for a life or a career. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I think failure is kind of constant. And then, you just try not to suck.
I think Pasha has given us a very apt subtitle for the panel's name, Writing for Dollars, Facing Your Suckiness.
But you know, the question is posed in such an interesting way. Like, what sort of calamity is to be expected from, well, I wrote this story and it wasn't very good, and so I threw it out. Like, that's the biggest failure. I wish that somebody would have told me in my late teens that there's almost no consequence for bad writing. Just write something that's terrible, and then you'll recognize it's terrible, and you'll think about how it's terrible and how it might be better, and you'll improve and grow as an artist. Write bad, give yourself permission to write badly. There's nothing that will come of it other than your own growth.
I agree. I don't know that I've ever considered anything I've ever written to be a great failure. I mean, who's measuring that stick? I think, you know, we can be our toughest critics. And like I said at the beginning, people that helped mentor me in this program and the writers I had surrounding me, I trusted them to tell me if I sucked. If I was doing a really bad job with my trusted, you know, group that I graduated with, many of who went on to be very successful writers, then I trusted them. You know, sometimes I didn't have enough self-awareness to know if I'd, you know, written something that was terrible, but I mean, write it because you have to write it.
Thank you. Other questions in chat or in present?
Yes. How does teaching for those who do help or hurt their writing practice?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Yeah, sorry. How does teaching for those who do help or hurt their writing practice?
I think it's quite useful to teach, because in order to teach, you're required to understand something at a finer technical level, which requires that you take apart work and examine it very, very closely, which gives you the tools to take apart your own work and examine it very, very closely. I'm not sure anyone can ever really prove to themselves anything that they know until they've successfully taught it to somebody else. And there is a great deal within creative writing across all the literary disciplines that can be taught. There are a tremendous amount of tools and technical skills that can be acquired. And like anything, the more of those tools and techniques you learn, the vaster your resources are. And with vaster resources also comes greater confidence in your ability to troubleshoot problems as they arise and overcome those creative obstacles. So I think it's a great benefit to teach.
I'm not.
Yeah, and
go ahead.
Yeah, I teach a lot. I've been teaching, you know, sessionally in some capacity for 17 years now, and at 6 or 7 different universities in Ontario. And I don't, you know, one of the things that I get out of teaching, and I mostly teach creative writing. I teach some English literature classes as well, but I just, you know, for me, it's a way now that I'm in my mid-40s just to connect with folks that are, you know, as young as 17, 18, 19 years old. And just to be in a room with people who are of that age with that kind of like dynamism and energy and enthusiasm and cockiness sometimes, which is kind of great. So I just find that, like, for me personally, like, I don't know how much, I mean, everything that Benjamin has said is true about, you know, the way one applies one's critical faculties to others' work can then reflect back on ours. Absolutely. But I find myself just energized by having conversations about art with people of a different generation who have different perspectives, who are facing very, very different challenges than my generation faced at their age. And feeling like vitalized and, you know, sometimes, you know, guilty and sad for them also. Sorry about the whole, you know, planet thing. Yeah, I really, like, I just get out so much of it personally. And I find that when I'm personally in a place of, relative comfort, that my work then is, I just find it easier to write. Like, I'm not a kind of writer who sort of writes out of like deep despair and struggle. When I go to those places, I don't write, So yeah, I just personally, I get a lot out of it.
I'm not going to disagree, but I'm going to add another layer from what I frequently find is the student's point of view, is that when you teach something, you become extremely self-conscious of it. You see everything all the time. And it happens to students in workshops that this self-consciousness inhibits their production. So it very often happens that students in the second year of a creative writing program are distressed to find themselves much less productive than they were in the first year. And that's because they are so aware of technique, they're so aware of the possibility and maybe even the likelihood of failure. So I think it is useful to develop a kind of dual approach to being a student in a creative writing program, and to a degree, a professor as well. And that is that when you go home, forget that you're a student of writing, right? That you do your first drafts, you discover what's strong in them, and then you work on it until you feel that instead of pushing the work, you discover something and you follow it. Which means, of course, that there's a ton of labor involved. And I think it's an entirely honorable thing for someone, for a young writer, to decide, I'm not prepared to indulge in this endless labor of finding what works. I think I'm going to do something else. That's a mature decision to make.
It's also a reasonable period of the integration of new information. When we learn something, it is often the case that we unlearn something else, which requires a sometimes very severe renegotiation of our realities. What we thought we knew, we don't. What we thought we didn't know, we do. So perhaps things do feel unproductive during that period, but productivity is, in the arts especially, is sometimes a very unusual thing to try and gauge. If you're just generating pages, does that mean you're productive? It could mean that you're generating many pages of absolute crap. But sometimes when we stop writing in order to integrate new information, that's actually, however invisible, the most productive part of the educational experience. It's the moment where we adapt to a new world and ready ourselves to think about things quite differently. And that process is slow, and there's not very many good reasons to try and rush it or to feel crappy about ourselves for not writing as much as we did a year ago. These things do come in waves.
That's good, thank you.
The next question is by Emma. How do you build that feedback group post-graduation?
I think that might be a follow-up to something I said. Networking. Just continuing to meet like-minded people and surround yourself with other people that have, similar passions to what you do. And I think, even now, funnily enough, I have one of my staff members. I have quite a large staff, and one of them, was smart enough to read my bio. And when she started, she was an intern, and she asked if she could exchange poetry with me. And so every Monday we exchange a piece, and I help, give her some feedback in a really kind way of things that she didn't have the opportunity to learn, like technique. And so there's no wrong or right, but, helping her maybe understand how she could make her writing a bit stronger is really fulfilling for me. And it's fun, and it has nothing to do with her job, technically, but it's just, again, finding like-minded people. And she's probably 30 years younger than me. So again, I get inspired by her, and our writing probably is not that different from when I was her age. So I really enjoy it. Much about heartache.
This is a question to my fellow panelists. Do you guys have feedback groups? Do you have like a group of people that you share your work with?
I've tried to do this before. We've tried to have everybody assemble and relive the sort of like creative writing class experience, and it's generally been a disaster. I think it's just there's something about in an educational context where I feel like it works. There was a secret sauce to it that we just couldn't quite recreate, and it ended up devolving into, well, let's go get a beer and we can just talk about it casually. Also that as well, bars are terrible places to talk about writing as far as I'm concerned. Usually it gets sloppy and stupid after a while. So, no, I found that at least in my respect here is that in terms of getting to know people, and on Debra's point about networking, is that if you want to increase your network and not just rely on maybe your peers and the people who graduated alongside of you, would be to, whenever you want to meet someone new, don't come out swinging with poetry and stories for them to read over. I would sooner suggest get to know them as people, and actually just build a relationship off of that. Because in a way, your creative writing is going to be a way of exposing yourself to other people. It can feel like that sometimes. If you don't feel like that, that's fantastic. But for a lot of people, it can feel like you're exposing yourself. And I think to that point, I think that you have to be able to form a decent bond with somebody on a personal level for you to be able to really trust them, and they should know you when they're giving you feedback as well.
Yeah, I think that is so true about the personal relationships, and just building those. And Emma, yeah, like I totally agree also that the creative writing workshop and sitting in a room and having a bunch of people read your stuff and all fire feedback at you, like that has a time and a place, and then you move through it, you move out of it. And basically when what you develop out of those relationships are 2 or 3 really good readers, from your classroom. Or from later in life, if you attend programs like the BAMP Center, where you'll be surrounded with other writers. There are various kind of online forums where you can share work, and then it's about having 1 or 2 people or 2 or 3 people who you trust, who when something's finished, you send it to them. I completely agree with JP. Like I think that the workshop, to try and recreate that after you're kind of done with the workshopping process, is just a nightmare. It is a good way to get a bunch of people together though and go for beers.
I do want to add real quickly that also I think, and Benjamin has touched on this a little bit, is about the degree of reflexivity you have to come to your practice with. And to that point, you have to be reflexive about the people that you're surrounding with as well. You don't want to have just a league of cheerleaders behind you telling you that you're always good and it's always great. And, oh yeah, it's like you're going to get published any day now. You need to be able to ask like where they're coming at it from as well. So on that front, don't share your work with your mothers. And they'll always tell you it's great. No. But yeah, no, you need to be able to trust, as Pasha's saying here, as effectively, like and that is a process of discovery you have to go through.
I have the great good fortune. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to add that, when I was leaving university and wanting to put together these rogue writing groups, there was something that I didn't realize at the time, which is that the things that you're writing are not usually for fellow writers. Fellow writers can give you very good technical advice, but actually, if you if you change your expectations of what a reader is, somebody with no professional background in writing can give you very good information about the quality of your work if you just know how to observe. A question like, did this make you laugh? If you wanted it to be funny, or if you distinctly did not want it to be funny and it made them laugh or didn't make them laugh, that's very good information. That's worth retaining. They might not be able to tell you how to make it funny, but they do know that it didn't make them laugh. And you can then problem solve that on your own. So don't poo-poo the lay reader. They can give you an awful lot of very useful feedback.
I have the great good fortune to have a partner who has a flawless sense of narrative structure and an equally flawless sense of my failings. And that is incredibly useful, and I'm lucky to have that. But there's another side to advice. When you develop editorial relationships at magazines, recently I started writing poetry again, which I hadn't done in a very, very long time. And I have good editorial relationships at one particular magazine. And the editor wrote back to me and said, Terry, if you change these lines this way or think about it this way, it'll be better work. And I did, and the work was published. So there is this symbiotic relationship, healthy symbiotic relationship between editors and writers in some cases. I have one piece of paper here that says 12 to 2 writing for dollars, but I saw another one that said 12 to 115. So if it is 115, can someone clarify that for me?
It is 115, yes.
Okay, so we're nearing the end of things. Are there particularly urgent questions, particularly from the audience in front of us, that have gone unasked or unanswered? I am really pleased to see that the interest that I expressed a while ago in having specific relationships drawn between work in a creative writing workshop and a career have directly and indirectly been answered. So thank you everyone for that. Do we have a final urgent question or two from the chat? No. All right, well, I told you that I was partly from the rock and roll world, not because I have any skills in that direction, but because I was extremely naive from rural Ontario, didn't know anything. And some friends picked me up. And when I was at Rolling Stone, friends brought me to the kind of inauguration meeting of a new magazine called City Magazine from San Francisco. And we're sitting there, and who appears but Francis Ford Coppola, the director of The Godfather, among other things, because he had invested in that magazine. And as a result of that editorial meeting, well, something else that was happening in society at the time was people were discovering, the society was discovering, that old people were often so poor that they had to eat dog food and cat food. And a story that developed from that meeting was we should run a piece on dog food recipes. And being young and stupid and willing to eat anything, I agreed to do the piece on dog food recipes. I would not do cat food recipes. And so I went to the store and I bought every kind of dog food that was available. You know, they had names like Pal or, you know, Horse's Friend or whatever. And one particular brand called Alpo had a texture just like Dinty Moore's stew. And so I added some vegetables to it and made an Alpo dog food recipe, which was printed. And if anyone would like a copy of that recipe, I will look up City Magazine for you, but I don't recommend it. So that's my connection with Francis Ford Coppola.
Can I just say something real quick?
Sure, please do.
Yeah. I just think, and I don't know if Concordia offers this, but none of the schools I've been teaching at do. I think every university that offers creative writing classes or a creative writing program should have a course that's either mixed undergraduate and graduate, or just available for undergraduate students if there's not a graduate program, in professional practices that teaches writers how to write grants, how to freelance, how to approach publishers with the role of literary agents. I think it could be a great half course, because I came out of that program knowing none of this stuff. I mean, this panel is terrific, but I think if this sort of thing were available to students to really, and Stephanie, like, so maybe you guys already have this, but I just, if you do, Concordia is ahead of the pack, because most visual arts programs offer a professional practice class. And I just haven't seen one in many creative writing programs, and I think it'd be a really great idea.
You know, it is a great idea. I think many of us try to incorporate that in our regular workshops. And had we the resources, I think we would be delighted to be able to offer a course like that. So that's a great idea. Thank you. Is there anything else from the panelists? Any other ideas that you'd like to pitch in here in the last seconds? Okay, thank you very much for participating, folks. And yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. I've been having a great time listening. I'd like to thank you, Terry, for leading us through this conversation while sharing insights and dog food recipe. I was actually literally wincing as I was hearing you tell us about that. Also, thanks to Benjamin, JP, Pasha, and Debra. I found myself smiling, nodding, jotting down notes. It's just been a really wonderful conversation. And Pasha, I think I agree with Terry. We have talked about the idea of trying to have a class like this and haven't been able to develop one for all kinds of complicated and boring administrative reasons. But I mean, what we do have are occasions like this, which are kind of a teaser of what that could be. And I hope that everybody who's been listening has found this as like genuinely useful as I have. I'm really impressed at how articulate and authentic everyone has been. So thank you so much. So we're now going to take a break for 15 minutes. We'll be back at 1:30 for Benjamin Hackman's workshop on lyric writing. And as you know, there are a number of, a parade of wonderful events coming up after that. So you can stay on the Zoom, you can turn off your camera, whatever works for you. And we'll see you back here at 2:30. And obviously those of you in the space can have a wild party. And we'll see you back here soon.
Stephanie, thank you. And before we go, I would like to personally thank Kate Stearns for organizing this so darn well. That's a name that should be mentioned.
Kate says thank you. She's right here.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Stephanie, for those messages. So goodbye, folks. You can turn off your mics. Those of you in the space, thanks so much. Those of you online, see you soon or see you later. Or see you again at another time. Thanks, Pasha. Thanks, Debra. Nice to meet you here in the space. Bye. And yeah, those of you who are gonna stay on for 1:30, just take a little break and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thanks, everybody. They would just, this is the camera, so they can just come up and
they
like
come in and-
talk to Benjamin here. Because this camera is like, see, doing the wide view of the whole space, right?
Yeah.
So this would be like,
We're gonna be here? No one.
I don't know, I think no one, maybe just the moderator. Are you moderating that? No.
I'm all right, thank you. Are you guys here for the music?
Okay, cool. So just letting you know, if you want to speak to Benjamin directly, so that they hear you, just to grab one of these mics. If you want Benjamin to see you, could stand here. Yeah, because he'll be online. So you could always get on the mic like this, and then he could see you. There's Benjamin. Hi, Benjamin. We're just just letting people know the rules of engagement here in the space so that you can see them and hear them if they want to talk to you.
Very good.
So basically, folks who are still in the space here who are hanging around for Benjamin's workshop, if you do want to have an exchange with Benjamin or anybody else in this space, we invite you to grab one of these mics and just kind of, this is the camera pointed at you so that he can see you and people online can see and hear you. If you rather stay off camera, just grab the mic and stay seated wherever you are, but just so we can hear you in the Zoom. That's the point of the mics, okay? They're already on, no need to fuss with them, just pick it up and start talking. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm back just to talk for a couple of minutes, just to introduce Benjamin, who most of you, if you were here for the panel, already know. So I'll skip the official bio. I'll just give a brief my sense of why I'm so grateful to Benjamin for being here today. I met Benjamin in the fall of 2005 in my English 225 class, which as many of you will know, is the introductory poetry writing workshop. And he immediately impressed me with the confidence, just his confidence as a person, the confidence of his poetry. Once I discovered that poetry, it was one of those moments of thinking, what, this is somebody in an introductory class? Where did this come from? Where did this talent come from? And also with his inclination to interrogate pretty much every aspect of the workshop experience, which I really appreciated, genuinely. I feel like in the best possible way, he made me think critically about what I was doing in the classroom. I'd been teaching for about 5 years at that point, and I was kind of coasting along, doing a lot of things the way that they'd been done in my workshops. And it was kind of around the point I started to think, there's other ways to do this. There's other ways to think about this. sometimes thinking about questions of complex subjectivities and politics that were kind of implicit in some of the poems we were looking at. I just really appreciated the curiosity that Benjamin brought to the class, and I think that's something that has continued to serve him well in his work. It's really been a pleasure to watch him evolve as a writer who's turned towards songwriting, which I would never have anticipated at the time, and yet now it feels inevitable when I look back and think about the work that he was doing then. I mean, he's always a poet at heart. He's always curious and audacious, and it's really a pleasure to have him here today. And I don't know a lot about the ins and outs of lyric writing, so I personally am looking forward to hearing what he has to say. So please join me in welcoming Benjamin Hackman.
Thank you. That is a very kind introduction, Stephanie. Thank you so much for that. So I'll begin by saying, please interrupt me lots. You know, I've put together a program for myself of things that I'd like to present to you all, but I don't mind being side railed by your genuine and authentic curiosity. It's often the case that people's curiosities are not isolated and that other people share those same questions. So, you know, do interrupt me if that feels important to you in the moment. I won't go over my biography again, but I will speak a little bit about this great mystery to me, about how I got into music. Because it is a great mystery to me. I studied creative writing thinking that I would be, you know, a great literary figure. And then I dropped out after completing every single creative writing course that Concordia had to offer. And I traveled to different parts of the world, and I tried to meet interesting people and do interesting things and lead an interesting life, which I maintain is the most important thing that any creative person can strive to do towards the benefit of their art. I started my own ensemble, the Holy Gasp, in 2011. So this year marks just over the 10-year mark, which is fairly exciting. If you're not already familiar with the group, please check us out anywhere that online music can be consumed or streamed or downloaded. In every aspect of the music writing process, I have been particularly preoccupied with the writing of lyrics. It has always been my belief that lyrics deserve the same respect that every other literary discipline has. And I would like to talk to you about why I think lyrics are so important. We only have about an hour, and I think that one could easily spend the same 4 years one dedicates to comprehending poetry and fiction as one could spend on studying lyrics. So keep in mind that we'll get as much done as can be reasonably accomplished in an hour, and much will be left unsaid or unsung. I'll be referencing a number of songs today. I've chosen these songs fairly arbitrarily. In instances where I had something I wished to exemplify, I chose the first song lyric that came to mind, which happened to successfully exemplify the point that I want to make. So therefore, songs chosen throughout this discussion do not constitute a comprehensive overview of the art of lyrics. They do not span every genre, culture, and era, and certainly not every language. But they do exemplify points that I'm going to try and make today. So please keep that in mind. With more time, we could do more, and with less time, we will make do with less. I can't see really any of you, and I'd like that a little bit more, just so that I don't feel like I'm talking to nothing. So what I'd actually like to do right now for my own sanity is just engage you. I'm curious, how many of you are actually writing your own lyrics and songs Can I get a show of hands, or if anyone wants to jump on the mic or on the chat? I'd just like to get a sense of who's here with us.
Yeah, I have for a number of years now, actually. It's definitely a passion of mine.
Sorry, who just said that?
That's me.
Oh, Mr. Tony Cooper, very good.
Yeah.
Thank you, my old friend.
Of course, yeah, we go way back. Yeah, for about, I don't know, 8 or 9 years now I've been writing. So.
Oh, very good. And do you write in a specific genre or musical tradition?
A lot of people say that my writing style reminds them of two people come up all the time, David Bowie and the Talking Heads.
Okay,
so
very
that
good.
should give you an idea.
All right, very good, very good. Anyone else? Have we got any other songwriters, composers, lyric writers, musical theater writers? Oh, a classical soprano, very good. Excellent, excellent, excellent. And Samara, you're writing your own lyrics as well for yourself to sing?
Hello. Yes. I'm sorry. I write my own poetry, not with necessarily the intention of having it set to music, but then I send them to him, my collaborator, and if he thinks that it can be turned into an art song, he does it. And we haven't been doing it for very long, but I'd love it if one day we could do an opera, and he's also very excited about that. So I'm curious about grants, because we just have maybe now 2 recordings of us performing.
Very good. I'm happy to hear that there's ambition for people to continue to write operas. That's a positive thing as far as I'm concerned. Anyone else? Any other songwriters, lyricists?
Hi, I dabble a little bit. I'm in this space, so.
You're in the space. That's
Yeah.
why I can't find you in the virtual world. Very good. Oh, now I can see you. Excellent. You dabble. What do you dabble in? Can you say more?
Well, yeah, I've been like creatively writing for as long as I've been able to write, but a year ago I started playing guitar, so now I'm like trying to merge them together a little bit, but it's not good yet. Like it's very, very, very early stages, but I wholeheartedly agree with David Bowie and Talking Heads that were mentioned. That's also like sort of rock and roll and punk and everything is really what I'm into.
Cool. Awesome. I like that stuff too. Thank you. Anyone else? Callum has been trying to write music and lyrics since high school. Are you Callum? Is that who I just heard from? No. What was your name, friend? Bob?
Fab, F-A-B.
Bob. Very good. Very good. Okay. So we've got a few aspiring greats amongst us. Very good. Oh, Camila, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm also writing lyrics, and that I'm mainly writing in German, but also in English, and that I like to observe things and write them down in my lyrics, actually. So the way how I observe, it's kind of, some person said I'm writing like, I think it's William Carlos William.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just seeing something and just writing it down kind of quite laconically, I assume.
Sehr gut. Wunderbar. Excellent. Okay, so, well, let's talk a little bit about why lyrics matter. When we write songs, we do tend to feel obliged to pepper them with words. We do so, I wonder why we do so, sometimes because I perceive a pressure amongst certain individuals to conform to popular music conventions, and popular music conventions dictate that songs must have words. So sometimes we're doing that because the convention propels us to do it, and other times we're doing it for what I would say a much more authentic reason, which is that we actually have something important to us to share and to sing. I think many people who have wanted to sing in a band have indeed found themselves in a situation where they did not know what to sing. They did not know what lyrics to sing, and have therefore felt pressure to hastily jot down lyrics they were not proud of, and which they later sought to conceal through performative choices. The desire was to sing, not to write. And that's okay. The world needs singers as much as the world needs lyricists to provide lyrics for singers. But we should be clear about our motivations when we pursue musical art forms. If we are to write, we should understand that any opportunity you seize to use words is an opportunity to use words excellently and interestingly, and to say something of worth, something authentic. Otherwise, why would you ever dream of presenting those words to the public? For the past several decades, there have been many singers in many musical genres mumbling their lyrics incoherently, or screaming them incoherently, or whispering them incoherently, and forcing listeners to guess what those lyrics are rather than what those lyrics mean, which is a rather different activity for a listener. I happen to really like hardcore punk and death metal, and I think it's really pleasurable to listen to people bloodying their lungs and screaming as loud as they can. But I'm not listening to that music for the words. And sometimes those lyricists might indeed have something interesting to say. So, performance and lyrics go hand in hand. There's a modernist tradition in poetry to use difficult words, or words in different languages, or illusory words. And those modernists used those words on purpose. They used those words that caused readers to run to their dictionaries, or to their classical literature libraries, or the goal was for them to derive greater meditative pleasure in this discovery of new ideas found in new words. This is seldom the case, however, in instances where lyrics are not immediately audible. Now, what I'm saying is not always true, but it's generally true. The easier the listener's experience of discerning the lyrics, the greater the pride the lyricist tends to have had in their work. Because whosoever labors over a lyric would find it creatively unsatisfying for those lyrics to not be accessible to an audience. And by accessible, I specifically mean audible, hearable, not necessarily understandable in the poetic sense. Does that make sense? Yeah, good. So for those of you who are desiring to both write your own lyrics and sing them, I beg you to consider the performance choices you make, and to have enough pride in your lyrics to enunciate and to sing them at volumes appropriate to comprehension. Can you imagine any other literary discipline in which an inaudible or indiscernible word would be permitted if it wasn't for artistically compelling reasons? If you were to open up a novel and several words were smudged out, I think most people, unless again there is a particularly interesting artistic reason, I think most people would be frustrated to find those words missing from the novel. But in lyric writing or in song singing, it's often the case that we bury our words. And this is no way to show pride for language. You must recognize that if you say something, people may listen and they may respond and be moved for better or for worse. Therefore, when you write lyrics, just as when you write poems and stories and plays, you have a responsibility to say something of value. You have a responsibility, more accurately, to sing something of value. So let's discuss a little bit this question of what lyrics do and what they do differently than poems. In fact, lyrics do something kind of interesting that a lot of other literary art forms sometimes struggle to do. Lyrics have the capacity to be absorbed upon first listen. Not always, but often. That immediacy of discerning lyrics upon first listen is absolutely available in many instances, and it's strengthened by the memorability of a melody. When I was growing up, my grandparents taught me to remember my phone number with a song. I think probably some of you had a teacher in grade school that would do like a time to clean up or something of this sort of nature. Tying words to a melody has always been a great way to amplify the memorability of words. Lyrics do this tremendously. A lyric can also be consumed and reconsumed in many contexts. A play can really only ever be consumed publicly. You have to go to a theater. You can read a play, but reading a play is not quite the same as seeing a play, is it? Lyrics, of course they can be consumed publicly, such as at a party or at a concert or when you're dancing. They can also be consumed quite privately, when you're vacuuming your living room and listening to something, or when you're taking a jog, or when you're just sitting back and relaxing to a great record. That's a very private experience. It doesn't really disrupt the quality of the composition or the lyrics to consume the art form in those two differing ways. But this is where I think lyrics get very exciting. There's a third dimension in which they can be consumed, and that's in the internal realm. Those who have ever had a song stuck in their head will know precisely what I mean. It is far more common that someone would remember the entire lyrics to a song without having tried to learn them than it would be for someone to remember every line of a poem without trying, and certainly not a short story or a novel. So there's something incredibly immediate and long-lasting and almost virus-like about a lyric. It has a fantastic way of getting inside of us. We might keep something of the mood of another literary art form, and that mood and that impression may very well stay with us for a long while, but the exact words, not likely. I'll bet many of you know the words to the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air's theme song or to some silly commercial jingle. There are songs that we all know that we didn't actively strive to memorize. Recent research in Alzheimer's and dementia is actually revealing that music has a way of being remembered by elderly people suffering from dementia, whereas other memories are not available at all. It's the darndest thing. They'll take a 85-year-old person who can't recognize their own family members, but they'll sit down and play piano compositions and sing along to them with perfect memory. So there is something really special about the impact of music on our psyches. And the psyche is a really cool venue for art if you stop and think about it. So the fact that music and their lyrics and their melodies have been inside you your whole life and are likely to continue to be inside of you is something I think is really worth geeking out on. When you consider the longevity of the internalization of this art form, you might also want to consider the legacy that you as a lyricist stand to leave in the minds of your listeners. Music can change people's lives. It can be with them forever. And if there was ever a reason to think very carefully about the responsibility that you have as crafters of lyrics, I think that would be a primary reason to consider that responsibility. You might be the words that you write might be an earworm in people's minds forever. let's talk a little bit more about how to understand lyrics as distinct from poems, because I remember when I was studying creative writing at Concordia, this was a question that came up sometimes. I think one of the reasons why we continue to ask this question, is are lyrics poems, is because we don't really have a tradition of assessment criteria for determining the effectiveness of a lyric. Sometimes a lyric is a poem, but often it's not. Now, what I'm saying is highly subjective. It would be absolutely reasonable for somebody to disagree with me. And I think you could each write an essay on whether or not poems or lyrics are poems, and you'd probably all be right. But it's usually the case that something is gained by the coupling of music to lyrics, which is not found in the poetry itself. So whereas adding music to a text seems to enhance something in it when the melody is interesting, taking music out of a text often renders that text kind of flat. I'll just give you a quick example. There are many, many, many. I picked up this songbook many years ago, the Little Red Songbook that was put out by the International Workers of the World, and it has all these songs intended to be sung by labor activists while they're on the picket line. So I have a feeling that many of you will recognize this. It goes, we shall not be moved. We shall not be moved, just like a tree that's planted by the water. We shall not be moved. If we were to read that on the page, it doesn't sound like much. We shall not be moved. We shall not be moved. Why would anybody phrase something that way? It sounds absolutely strange to do that. I can't think of many poems that would approach something intended to be read on the page or intended to be read out loud in this kind of way. We shall not be moved. We shall not be moved. But when you sing it, we shall not be moved, all of a sudden it seems to make sense. So although looking at a lyric on the page might indeed give us some sense of the quality of the writing, it's by no means the most effective way to assess whether or not a lyric is good or bad. Some lyrics look great on the page, others don't, and to surprising effect. But further, a lyric can often showcase different layers of a text through the performance, through the power of its performance and through the emotion of melody. So much so, in fact, that words which read flatly or even uninterestingly on the page can become quite interesting and evocative when sung. Let's look a little more at this song, We Shall Not Be Moved. If we start with this long we shall not be moved. Well, we have a long we and a short we. There's something kind of interesting when we take into consideration the fact that this is a piece of music that's meant to amplify solidarity amongst people on a picket line. So there's an intention behind it, and the we is, it's abundantly clear that the we in question are all those singing the song. So in the first we, it's a sense of rallying everybody together. We shall not be moved. The first we draws a circle around everybody. The second we asserts that this circle we've drawn around now constitutes a singular united force. That comes out in the melody and in the performance. That's nowhere to be found on the page. So further, there's a lot of interesting coloring of the words that's enforced by the melody. So we shall not be moved. We go down. We shall not be moved. There's this moment of opportunity as the interval climbs. Just like a tree that's planted by the water. This is interesting too. Just like a tree. The melody goes down. The melody also stops quite abruptly, just like a tree, a sturdy, strong, brave tree. Just like a tree that's planted, we go down again, by the water. And then this elevating melody in the word water seems to suggest the growth of the tree or the enormousness of the tree. And then we move into a moment of really pleasing resolution. We shall not be moved. And it's quite courageous. For these rather simple words, much is gained by the introduction of melody and performance. And one might not ever recognize this as a compelling performative piece if it only existed on the page.
I have a question about this.
Go for it.
How much of this, and especially for like protest songs, how much of this do you think is intentional versus it just sort of happened and then retrospectively we can understand why it works? But when it was created, do you think it was created with the intention of having the melody parallel the lyrics that much, or was it just sort of like created by instinct and then we understand?
Yeah, it's a really fun question that I think you can ask constantly about almost every song, including your own. I think that a lot of it is instinctual. I mean, word coloring is something that composers study. We see a lot of, I mean, the first example that comes to mind is the score from the Mary Poppins movie. When she goes up the stairs, we have an ascending crescendo, right? So we do know how to paint landscapes and ideas with the directionality of melody. Sometimes that is a technically approached thing, but I think quite a bit of it is intuitive. And I think that there are a lot of happy accidents that we regard as happy accidents only because our psyches and our unconsciouses were so beautifully lubricated in the creative experience that we just let these things happen. Which is an important point and a good segue. You know, music writes itself rather effortlessly. What do I mean by that? I mean, one note demands another note. There's a beautiful documentary on the expressionist American painter Robert Motherwell. And in the documentary, he's in this enormous factory, which is empty except for one long conveyor belt. And he's got these sheets of metal that are perhaps 8.5 by 11, and they're in a row. There must be about 50 to 100 of them. And it's him and his assistant. And he comes up to the first sheet of paper with a can of paint and a big paintbrush, and he daubs a dot of paint on it, and he looks at it a moment, and then he draws a line, and he looks at it a little longer, and he draws a triangle, and he has a look of satisfaction and completion on his face, and he moves on to the next one, and he draws a circle, and then he draws a dot, and then he says to his assistant, "I don't like that dot." And she takes a clean rag and she wipes it off, and then he draws a half moon, and he says, "Now it's good," and he moves on. And this is his process. And the interviewer is asking him, "What is happening creatively for you?" And he says, well, quite plainly, one dot demands another dot, and another dot demands a line, and another line demands a triangle, et cetera, et cetera. There's some sort of pre-existing energy that music has. I don't mean to get so hippy-dippy with all of you, but I think people have known this since time immemorial. There's something rhythmic about the beating of our hearts. And in fact, I was just reading a very fascinating book on child psychiatry about a month ago that was talking about severely neglected children who were not coddled and held up to the mother's heart develop bad balance, because there's a certain embedded rhythm that's necessary for walking and standing and blinking and breathing. And we actually acclimatize ourselves to that innate sense of rhythm by being next to our mother's beating heart as babies. Music is really, really in us, and it's in us in a kind of effortless way. Language does not work in the same way, though. Language is very constructed and is built over many, many years and slowly evolves and gets changed constantly by different cultures and different migrations, and all sorts of things change language, and the conventions of language change very, very regularly. So I often say that in the marriage between music and words, music is a very dominant lover. It will do what it needs to do, and words are going to be the one to conform to it and not the other way around. Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah, good thumbs up. I like those. Oh, thank you, Mr. Tony Cooper. So something else to consider when we're discussing the assessment criteria for a lyric is that it's not really fair to hold every lyric to the same criteria, because different genres have such different aesthetic conventions. And I think aesthetic conventions are really interesting to take note of. What constitutes a good folk lyric is not going to be the same as what constitutes a good punk rock lyric or a good hip hop lyric or a good opera aria. Lyrics really exist in every single literary genre. There's fiction, there are essays, there are dramas, there is propaganda, there are meditative poems, there are praise works, there are love songs, and all of those things exist in almost every genre. So there's a lot of things that make a lyric good or bad. And almost no unity on that assessment criteria exists, or at least I've not found it yet. What you can take into consideration, to a small extent, I wouldn't lose your minds over it, but when you're writing, I might encourage you to ask yourself, what aesthetic conventions am I playing within? You can always reinvent conventions, and you can always push conventions, but having a sense of what your taking off point is very important. This tends to have the greatest impact with regards to structure. Like if we're to look at a folk ballad, it's pretty common to see 6 verses with a reprising couplet at the end of each verse that sort of functions as a pseudo chorus, but it's not quite a chorus, is it? And we're not likely to see bridges, we're not likely to see codas, we're not even so likely to see major introductions that are anything other than just the introduction of our chord progressions. So the lyrics tend to follow that same structure. We've got 6 or 8 line verses, somewhere between 3 and 6 times. And the structure fits quite beautifully between words and music. And in those instances, lyrics are being showcased. And actually, for those of you who are familiar with the late Phil Oakes, he wrote on this quite a bit, in the 60s when folk was kind of at its most popular in the States. There were ideas, there was hostility towards people trying to make folk music more progressive. And Phil Oakes came out and said, actually, folk music at a musical structure level should be quite simplistic, because anything that adds to the structure of a song will take away from the focus of the lyrics. And to Phil Oakes, the lyric was by far the most important thing. well, that may or may not be true, but it's probably true of folk ballads, and it has been true of folk ballads for a long time. So having a sense of the aesthetic convention from which you're working is quite important. When you compare that to pop or rock structures, we're much more acclimatized to seeing an A and B section followed by a chorus, maybe even a post-chorus, and then a bridge, and then some kind of repetition, usually 3 times of all of that. And we expect a chorus, and we're quite all right with the chorus being a single word repeated over and over. We're even sometimes all right with the chorus not having any words at all. What's important is that we have some kind of melodic touchstone that we keep returning to. That is absolutely a convention of music in the pop rock genre, and all the subgenres of pop and rock as well. So if you start playing with, intricate classical composition structures on top of pop rock music, you may very well come up with something quite interesting, but that should be a deliberate choice. That departure should not be something that you're not aware of. Any questions so far? Very good.
Well, yeah, I guess it's more of a question about your approach to this. So I don't want to like sidetrack this. You can definitely come back to it later. But so I'm assuming you write your own music. That's what I've gathered. Yep. Do you approach it sort of lyrics first or melody first or both at the same time, or does it depend on the genre? Like, how do you see that if they're so interconnected?
Yeah, it's a very good question. It's a question that a lot of people get asked often. And my answer is that every conceivable combination and order exists, and each one has its pros and cons and yields different levels of excellency. So it's often the case that if you start with the lyrics, the structure of the composition will be simpler, because in the absence of melodic accents and structure, we tend to ask the words to do that. Once you've imposed, I was about to say too much is not quite an accurate way. Once you've imposed some kind of meter into your words, then the music is going to be a bit contained by that. So starting with words, especially words written in formal verse, are going to yield typically a structurally simplified song structure. And there's nothing wrong with a simplified song structure by any means. Good is good. When you start with music, because of what I said before, melodies have a fantastic way of running away with themselves. It tends to be the case that the structure becomes more complex. And so the writing of lyrics afterwards can sometimes be more challenging, but they often yield something more interesting also, because, well, we'll get into it more directly when I start breaking apart some other songs. But just to kind of succinctly answer your question, there's no right or wrong way to do it. If you feel inspired to write a melody, you should write that melody. And if words come after, then you should let those words come after. If it happens the other way around, then it happens the other way around. That's just how it goes. Sorry, my phone is ringing. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thanks very much.
Sorry, I have a landline and it keeps going. Whoever's calling me, I'm doing something. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought. It'll return to me in a moment. Yeah, one thing that I think is very important for writing in every discipline is to consider conflict and resolution. Conflict is really what makes literature kind of interesting. In a larger story, if there's no conflict, it'll become very boring. But music has conflict in it in subtle ways. And when music resolves itself, it's often the case that it's best that the words resolve themselves too. And when music and melody, more specifically, elongates conflict or holds back on resolving it, you can get very interesting effects. I'd like to go through some lyrics and look at that more head on. I'm going to start with Leonard Cohen because you guys are in Montreal and it seems strange not to start with Leonard Cohen. And I'm going to start with Suzanne because I think those who are familiar with Leonard Cohen will probably be familiar with Suzanne. So I'll read the lyrics first, and then we'll sing them, and we'll see how certain things change, and we'll take a look at conflict. Suzanne takes you down to her place near the river. You can hear the boats go by. You can stay the night beside her. And you know that she's half crazy, but that's why you want to be there. And she feeds you tea and oranges that come all the way from China. Just when you mean to tell her that you have no gifts to give her, she gets you on her wavelength, and she lets the river answer that you've always been her lover. And you want to travel with her, and you want to travel blind, and you know that she can trust you because you've touched her perfect body with your mind. The lyric works quite well on the page, if I do say so myself, and I think the entirety of Montreal would agree. But let's see what happens when we start singing it. Suzanne takes you down. Listen to that N. When you say Suzanne takes you down, that N is there. You can observe it, but it's really exploited by the melody. Suzanne takes you down. Suzanne, down. It's also worth noting, Suzanne takes you down. The melody doesn't go down, does it? Which is kind of surprising in a subtle way. To her place near the river. This melody is actually kind of straight. It kind of evokes this image of walking down a dock towards the boat, or her place near the river. You can hear the boats go by. You can stay the night beside her. This flatness of the intervals in the melody kind of creates a sensation of a horizon. Things feel kind of flat. And so you end up being able to hear the boats and see this river. And you know that she's half crazy. Now this is interesting because this is a moment in which we might think that conflict is about to take place, but there's nothing in the melody to suggest that. It's just our connotations to the word crazy ending the phrase. And you know that she's half crazy, but that's why you want to be there. Well, the craziness, after all, was not actually a conflict. It was a positive thing. And she feeds you tea and oranges. The melody starts modulating. There's this whole world opening up. It's the first time the melody is modulated. And she feeds you tea and oranges that come all the way from China. That modulation creates this effect of expansiveness. This previously flat melody with not too many big intervals has created this sense of flat water and some horizon. And now all of a sudden there's a reference to a faraway place, which of course makes her seem very great. That's there on the page, but it's definitely amplified by the melody. Just when you mean to tell her that you have no gifts to give her, she gets you on her wavelength, and she lets the river answer that you've always been her lover. Again, quite flat, Now something interesting happens. I want you to pay attention to the words that are being accented by the melody. And you want to travel with her, and you want to travel blind, and you know that she can trust you because you've touched her perfect body with your mind. It's the verb that's being accented, and you want to travel with her, and you want to travel blind, and you know that she can trust you. And then this is so interesting. The touched is so much more delicate because you've touched her perfect body. It's still accented, but it's gentle. And one can really kind of feel in that gentle accent that there's a tender caress, and that this is a character looking towards another character with tenderness. Because want and you are enormously accented. They're not so clearly accented on the page. And you want to travel with her. Okay, but you could say, and you want to travel with her, and you want to travel with her. There's no wrong way to interpret that on the page, but a very clear interpretation is made in the composition and in the performance of it. And you want to travel with her. What is the effect of amplifying the verb through accent? It has an effect, doesn't it? Can I hear from some of you? How do you interpret the effect of accenting the verb?
Yeah, I think it just really helps to emphasize like what the writer, in this case Cohen, is trying to punch home. Like if you read just the line, like you want to travel with her, it's like, yeah, okay, it sounds very casual. But if you say you want to travel with her, then it's like there's suddenly this deep-seated like yearning for, and it almost gives this connotation of like you want to, but you can't.
Sure. Right. It creates conflict, doesn't it? An unanticipated conflict. Because it is the point in the lyric where the speaker is presumably closer to the Suzanne figure. But yearning is created, more tension is created, and it propels us somewhere. And it's useful. I think you'd all agree. Let's look at some other songs and see what happens. I want to compare, I pointed out that Suzanne takes you down doesn't actually go down. I was looking at another lyric, Strawberry Fields Forever by the Beatles, and it struck me that the word down is colored radically differently. Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to, it continues to go down. Strawberry fields, it continues to go down. Nothing is real, it continues to go down. And nothing to get hung about, a moment of respite. Strawberry fields forever. And finally, a moment of resolution. But if we look at this on the page, let me take you down, because I'm going to strawberry fields. For me, that reads quite flatly compared to Suzanne takes you down to her place near the river. Why? I'm not sure I can say. Perhaps some of you will agree, some of you won't. But it seems like an incomplete thought on the page, whereas when it's sung, it doesn't feel incomplete at all. Let me take you down because I'm going to strawberry fields. Let me take you down. There's a moment of decrescendo, a little glissando there. Let me take you down. It becomes kind of psychedelic. It also becomes kind of mysterious. And it seems like an interesting secret compared to Suzanne takes you down. Let me take you down. There's something more adventurous about what the Beatles are doing and something a bit gentler in what Leonard Cohen is doing. There's also these strange notes at the end of every line that never seem to yield. Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to. That note, 'cause I'm going to, that could be anywhere. There is a moment of anticipation that's created within the melody, 'cause I'm going to strawberry fields. Okay, a minor moment of resolution. Nothing is real. This is quite a challenging melodic moment, actually. It's psychedelic, it's eerie, and it really colors the language of the text quite precisely. It should be a bit unstirring to have the statement, nothing is real, thrusted at you. And nothing to get hung about. Again, that little moment of respite. Nothing is real. That might be a problem, but chill out. It's nothing to get hung about. And then this is the moment I think is so interesting. Strawberry fields forever. That rhythm, when sung, strawberry fields forever, the rhythm of those words is identical to how it's sung. The only difference is that the song stretches the words out a bit. But if you sing it or if you say it, you get the same accent points. Strawberry fields forever, strawberry fields forever, strawberry fields forever. And that introduction of the melody flattens the lyric. Here I perceive word coloring once again. You have the flatness of a field and you have the expansiveness introduced by the concept of foreverness. Strawberry fields forever. It's flat and it goes on. It's quite an elongated melodic moment. Then things get kind of closer to what we might associate with a rock and roll kind of tune. Living is easy with eyes closed, misunderstanding all you see. It's getting hard to be someone, but it all works out. This is very recognizably Beatles, if you ask me. It doesn't matter much to me. Not a perfect resolution. There's a little cliffhanger here. Now we get the Strawberry Fields line one more time in the exact same melody, but somehow it takes on a radically different emotional way of being. It doesn't matter much to me. Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to strawberry fields. How did we go from let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to strawberry fields to let me take you down? The only difference is that the consonants of the words have been more accented. And that minor change in and of itself has created so much more excitement in the way that the words are presented. None of this exists on the page whatsoever. This is all being exploited by melody and performance choices. Does that make sense to everybody? Oh, we've got 8 minutes left, I'm being told. What time is it? 2:24. Perhaps now is a good time to invite questions, if any should exist, because we haven't got too much time. Is there any burning questions? Moment of calm hush overcomes the crowd. Well, I'll use the last 8 minutes then. So there's something to be said about built-in accents, and there's something to be said about attacking those built-in accents. Sometimes it can be very effective to go against the natural meter of language. Other times it can seem very strange. A strange example might be Basket Case by Green Day from their album Dookie, where they sing, I am one of those melodramatic fools, neurotic to the bone, no doubt about it. Well, melodramatic is not a word, is it? Melodramatic is a word, but melodramatic, neurotic to the... There was a certain symmetry that Billie Joe Armstrong felt was more important. I would say that despite the fact that, you know, they've been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and won several Grammys and sold 500,000 tickets at Reading Festival, I would still say that that moment in their song Basket Case goes down as a great failure. But then I think about a song like Mississippi Goddamn by Nina Simone. Alabama's got me so upset. Tennessee made me lose my rest. And everybody's heard about Mississippi Goddamn. Well, everybody's heard about Mississippi Goddamn. If you were to say it, everybody's heard about Mississippi Goddamn. There's not nearly as many accent points as Nina Simone has put into it. But you can imagine somebody upset looking you in the eyes and saying, everybody's heard about Mississippi, goddamn. Somehow these accent points become far more interesting as the result of the choice that was made. So here we have to think very carefully about not only the words that we're using, but where the accents fall and how we might like to play with, subvert, or distort those accents to greater effect. I see a question from Cheryl. I think probably Paul and John and the rest of the Beatles did in fact know these things intuitively. Cheryl's asked whether or not John and Paul knew these things explicitly or followed intuition based on the library of what was good and their own experience with audiences. These are really fun things to try and wonder. I think at the end of the day, if you've written as many successful and well-loved albums as the Beatles, you probably know something. Whether or not you know how you know it is a question in and of itself, but knowing it is certainly something that they were able to do. I see I only have about 3 minutes left. So I guess I'll leave you with some practically impractical advice, which is an answer to the question, what makes a great lyricist? First of all, a great lyricist is made by a great composer and a great vocalist, because the better the quality of the music and the better the capacity of the singer to deliver those words to an audience, of course, the better it will be. Meaning, if you would like to be writing, composing, and performing your own work, it goes without saying that you'll need to spend time working on the craft of all three of those art forms. But it's worth noting, and I've said it already a few times today, those same components that go into the crafting of a great poem also go into the crafting of a great lyric. And the more closely you study poets, especially lyric poets and romantic poets, the greater benefit that will have on your lyric writing. All the obvious options, Blake and Keats and Wordsworth, and there are good modern 20th century options too, like W.H. Auden and Edna St. Vincent Millay and Langston Hughes. You'll derive great benefit from deep meditative study on all of these poets, and you will also derive great benefit in all your artistic pursuits by striving to live an interesting life. So we've got 1 minute. If there are any pressing questions, I'd be more than happy to field them. Otherwise, I thank you all very much for your time.
Well, I don't mean to keep you, but I guess I guess this will speak for my inexperience, but when you look at those, you know, like Beatles songs or like super famous, universally recognized as masterpiece songs, and then you start looking into their structure and you realize like how intricate they are, how then do you not feel daunted when you want to write your own?
Well, I can't remember who said it, but a great writer once said, you know, don't compare your first chapter to somebody's 10th. The Beatles, you know, had a great amount of support, and they're a phenomenon in every sense of the term. And you might just as easily ask yourself, why aren't you as great as Shakespeare? These things are hard to do. And it's not as if there isn't a wealth of unbelievably satisfying and successful, emotionally evocative, culturally resonant music outside of the world of the Beatles. You're young, you're trying, you're working, you're figuring things out, you're discovering who you are, you're discovering your voice. These things are not going to happen right away. Celebrate your small successes and don't beat yourself up for things that didn't go the way you wanted them to go. You're not going to be the Beatles, but you might be something equally, if not more interesting, if you just believe in yourself and keep going.
That's lovely, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Benjamin. That's a wonderful way to end off. I feel really, really moved by that, and also very instructed. I've never, I've done close reading of poetry. I've never sort of done/heard close reading of lyrics and close listening of lyrics. And that's really, it's really illuminating. And we can have a conversation later about the fact that I still love early REM, which is full of incomprehensible mumbling. That's a conversation for another time. But thank you so much for everything that you've given of yourself to all of us today. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for organizing this wonderful event.
Alrighty, so folks, once again, thank you, Benjamin, and thank you for those who participated in the workshop in person and virtually. We appreciate your time. We will reconvene once more at in half an hour at 3 p.m. for the next panel conversation, which itself will be followed by a workshop afterwards, the last of the day. I'm removing spotlights as I'm speaking, obviously not very adept at multitasking here in this universe, but anyhow, folks, so we're gonna take a half-hour break now. You're more than welcome to once again stay in the Zoom if you're already here, hang out in the behind the scenes channel that you are currently rocking, and come back online in 30 minutes. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks everyone for participating. That was wonderful. I found it was. I hope you did too. That was so cool. Fantastic. Oh, good. I'm so glad. Well, I hope you'll be able to stay. Oh, it's the reprobate group. I don't know how to stay. We'll stay for longer. Yeah. I just had mine this morning too, so it's good. Okay. Maybe just. Sorry, Elena. Tammy? Sorry. That's cool.
The next panel is small presses.
I heard fog the first time, like F-O-G. Oh yeah, it's a good one though. I heard this one was great. Oh, yeah, I really like. I like how your lyrics questions were really resonated too. Is like the question at the end. Like, it's so easy to like compare. Yeah. Just know literally nothing. I was here for this one and like trying to learn some words. You were taking notes. I'm taking notes in my phone. It's like classically trained. I have no idea how to do words. And I don't know what music stuff. My courses. Are you guys good at writing? Yep. Okay.
Okay. Sounds good.
I just started doing the introduction for this one.
Okay, perfect. So in that case. Hi, Malcolm. Welcome in. We're just going to wait a few minutes for everybody else to join us before. I saw you peep in there. Hi. We'll just get everybody situated in a few minutes. Thanks for being here. Kate's here waving at you. We'll get a mic to Kate just a moment.
Okay.
Very unusual for me. Oh, hi, Malcolm. It's very nice to see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, is that Kate saying hello?
It is, yes. Sorry, you can't. I'm trying to find where the camera is. Here,
Oh,
I'm
here.
here.
I'll make it bigger on the screen.
Hello.
Sorry. So you
With the
can see
orange.
yourself.
It's very cold in here, so I'm bundled. Okay, so
Oh,
there. Oh my gosh. I'm going to start singing Feelings any second.
So folks in the space, while we have your attention before the other panelists join on, welcome. Nice to see some familiar faces. Nice to see you on this side of the screen, last time. So just a few things about how this goes down. If you haven't been for Space before or for a hybrid event, and those of you who've been here with us all day, way to hang in there, like a pretty amazing commitment to this day. Most of the panelists today, as far as I understand, maybe one is coming here. Everybody else is online. So that's why we put your chairs in this weird diagonal, so you can kind of do this with your neck like you're watching a tennis match. You can also see the panelists here, although they'll be very small. So it's up to you. Feel free to move your chair around as you wish to be comfortable for this session. So just so you know, Kate will be sitting here with Josh and everybody else will be on that screen. If you want to join in the conversation here in the space, and there will be time for a Q&A, just raise your hand and then, or just go up and grab that mic. It's already on. It's on that chair. We'll call it Mikey. And then, you can either sit in that chair because then you'll be like in the line of that camera view so the folks online can see you. Or if you just don't care so much about being seen, you can go back to your seat and they can hear you. The mic is for the people on Zoom, otherwise they won't hear anything that we're saying in here, essentially. It's also for you all in the space so that we don't have to scream, strain our voices. Welcome in, welcome in. And if we need extra chairs, just let us know and we'll put out extra chairs on the sides for y'all. But I think this is pretty much your class, right? About just... Okay, I'll put some extra chairs here in case they come in late. Okay.
Do you want a mic? So we'll get 3 mics. Yes, we'll get you one. You come sit here, my friend. She'll come. Anna will come. Oh, come on in. Come on in.
How are you? Come have a seat. I'm Anna. Nice to meet you as well. This is your water. Don't be scared to touch it. You do get refills.
Welcome, Aisha. It's so lovely to see you. I wish you were here. I know Imola does too. I'm bringing. Okay, you guys coming for the. Hello. How are you? We're all good. You've got the. Perfect. And if it did,
Oh, I was muted. So happy to be here as well. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you can do it. I just shut my computer. You could have been on.
Okay.
Yeah, just log in.
And then.
Yeah, and Laura was just monitoring the chat this morning, which is great because I'll have to be sitting up there now because to do that. So, and I suspect there'll be some questions from the floor this time. Yeah, that's where you are. Yeah, and that's Anna's, but she'll probably be moving elsewhere. Okay. Okay, so Aisha's here, Malcolm's here, Josh is here. So we're just waiting for Moaz and Hannah. Yeah, we're still good. That's right. News is not what I want to be given right now. Oh my gosh. Aisha, where are you dialing in from today?
I'm in Maryland.
Maryland.
Yeah.
My old stomping ground. And Malcolm,
Oh,
you're in
really?
Toronto.
Yes, indeed. I'm in Toronto.
Excellent.
At home, possibly with COVID, kids with COVID.
Oh no. You know what? I don't think there's anybody left who doesn't have COVID.
I know.
Everybody's got COVID right now. So, you're in good
We were a holdout, and then
Don't be. Join the club. It's all good. But I hope are you feeling all right?
oh, I don't have any symptoms. My two kids are both at home with symptoms, but it was an eventuality having a child in daycare.
Yes, my friend. Muz, how are you? Oh, you're muted. I think, my friend. There. How are you?
That was such an amateur mistake. I'm great. How are you?
You've
feel really
filled me
embarrassed.
with
Like
confidence, Muz.
this deep into the pandemic, and I'm like talking muted. Classic.
I don't know. This will be the one thing I miss when we actually go off this, is that I can actually mute people. Myself, my kids particularly. I would like to mute my teenagers more often than I do.
Aisha,
Hi.
can I confirm how to pronounce your first name?
That was actually it, Aisha.
Oh, perfect. Great.
Well, thank you for asking.
Okay, I think we're just waiting for Hannah. And Moaz, I will do the same for you, because Moaz?
Perfect.
Perfect? Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right.
And Josh's last name, do you know if it is Quirion?
Sure. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Quirion.
Oh, more French. Okay, perfect. I'll try.
It's always
Nice seeing you, Malcolm.
Yeah, I was so happy to see you being the moderator today.
We're just waiting on, is Hannah with us, Anna? Hannah Green? Okay, I'm just going to make sure she hasn't sent me an email. Nope. So presumably she'll be with us momentarily. Just another 5 minutes.
So while we're waiting for Hannah, maybe for the benefit of those of you joining us virtually, I just wanted to show you what exactly you are joining. Let me just add myself here so that you have a bit of context as to where are you right now. So all these people behind me are here to listen to you and talk with you today in person. As you can see, you yourself are on a big screen right there. You can wave hello to yourselves, your in-person guests. And we do have Josh and Kate, of course, live in person with us here, facing all of these students and facing you. This screen is double-sided, so I'm going to take you on the other side for the fun adventure that is Fourth Space. What we try to do is make evident what's going on inside of the space, and therefore on the other side of the screen we have yet the same screen which faces right onto the street. This is the Maisonneuve Boulevard. This is the Hall building. Some of you who might be familiar with Concordia University, downtown Montreal. And we send the sound outside. So this is why we're using microphones. People walking by can both hear and see you, even if they're not in the space with us today. So beyond that, we're also live streaming to YouTube for your consumption after the fact. If you want to revisit this conversation, it'll be available there on the Concordia University Fourth Space YouTube channel. And how strange is it that I'm like winded walking around with it's not like my laptop weighs a ton, but for some reason, I need to sit down again. Anyway, thanks so much for being here with us. I'm so pleased that you're able to join us in this way. I'm checking if Hannah has written me or anything, Kate, but I'm not seeing. No.
Maybe she thinks it's starting an hour. No, it would be what? We're an hour ahead, so she would have already been here. That doesn't work. Okay. All right, well, 3 minutes and undoubtedly she'll be zooming in momentarily. What's that?
It's that horrible silence before a Zoom where nobody, whereas, before you would chat, you would catch up on the holidays if you ever had any. Actually, no, we don't have any holidays anymore. Those are off. Weather, we've always got weather. Weather's crap here. Well, actually it's sunny now, but it's cold. How about you guys? Anybody having warmth where you are? No? Maryland's got to be warmer.
Well, funnily enough, it was kind of a snowstorm yesterday, and then it completely melted. So it's very up and down over here, as always.
That's not right. Maryland should not be having snow. No.
It really shouldn't.
And we should be losing it, but there we go. All right.
Nothing makes sense.
Sorry, we're just trying to find our lost panelist. But I don't know. The ether. Okay. Well, we'll start in 2 minutes as scheduled. Okay, and you're good to start, right, Emily? You're going to read the end. You're going to start Anna as usual. Okay, great. The order of things is very important. Very important.
Hey, Mikhail.
Doug, are you still available right now? I'm not sure if you are. Do you want to put the starter card on? We'll just officially do the 3 o'clock start.
Maybe play a song.
Some folks are joining us for the first time today. We've been hanging around in the Zoom since 11:30 this morning, but some people are just joining for the 3 p.m. So I'm asking my colleague here just to put up a little name card so we know what we're joining.
So I guess Hannah might join us partway through.
I will hope so. I think Stephanie has gone to try and find some food for herself, but I will text her to see if she can get a hold of her.
If she can get some food for me.
Yeah, I was. Okay. Okay.
All right. I guess we will just officially start. Great. So good afternoon, welcome and welcome back. Today, on behalf of Fourth Space, we're so pleased you could join us, whether you're joining us in person or via Zoom. Located on unceded Indigenous lands in Tiohtià:ke, Montreal, Concordia University's Fourth Space is activated every day via live events such as today's to create engagement around the various initiatives, dialogues, research projects, and collaborative activities happening across the university. It's therefore our pleasure to welcome in once again the team behind the Writers Read project and all of their invited guests for a full day of activities focused on writing life. So this is the second of 2 panels that happened today. This conversation offers a backstage glimpse of how to set up, fund, edit, and submit to magazines and small literary presses. Since special guests have been invited to speak, hence the roundtable conversation, we will be in gallery view for the recording and the live stream of this event, and we therefore ask audience members to keep your video and audio off until the question period, at which point we are more than happy to ask you to jump in with your comments and questions. The chat is also activated for those of you on Zoom, and in the space, there is going to be a microphone on that chair for you if you want to jump in so that folks on Zoom can hear you. Okay, on that note, over to you, Emily.
So before we start the conversation, Writers Read would like to acknowledge that Concordia University is located on unceded Indigenous lands. The Ganyangahaga Nation, that's okay, is it on? The Ganyangahaga Nation is recognized as the custodians of the lands and waters on which we gather today. Tiohtià:ke, or Montreal, is historically known as a gathering place for many First Nations. Today it is home to a diverse population of Indigenous and other peoples. We respect the continued connections with the past, present, and future in our ongoing relationships with Indigenous and other peoples within the Montreal community. We're very grateful to Concordia's Indigenous Directions Leadership Group for crafting the statement that I just shared. We would also like to express our solidarity with land defenders across Turtle Island. And the hope is that those attending today's events are aware of the interconnected and particular struggles against settler colonial violence that are happening in what we now call Canada. So on that note, back over to Anna to introduce, is it back to Anna? No.
I think it's coming over to me.
Oh, it's
the
going
ball
over.
is now in my court.
Going over to Kate.
Thank you very much, Emily. So indeed, welcome welcome to you guys. Welcome back to you stars who have been with us since the beginning. I'm Kate Stearns. I'm a faculty member in creative writing. I'd like to briefly reiterate the thanks that my wonderful colleague and co-conspirator Stephanie Bolster offered this morning to those who have supported this event. That includes, of course, the Faculty of Arts and Sciences for funding it. Emily and Laura, the wonderful Writers Read assistants who help in so many ways to get these things off the ground. The amazing gang here at Fourth Space who've made us feel very welcome and supported, as well as our donors, Gabriel Safdie, Ruth Steinberg, David Steinberg, and the Carol Epstein Foundation. Their work is really a signal in allowing our students to do the best work that they're possibly capable of doing. And of course, thank you especially to our morning panelists. Some of you were here for that. Others may have caught it on screen, but it was an incredibly lively and engaging, often very funny conversation about the many multiple ways that the writing life can take you. Thanks also to Benjamin Hackman for a really genuinely illuminating workshop on writing lyrics. It was marvelous to have so many of our talented alumni back with us, and we are delighted to have a couple more here today as well. Now, I'm delighted to be introducing our second panel discussion of the day, Small Presses. I will use its shorter title. Of course, in this case, small does not mean insignificant, as the work of our esteemed panelists is going to make very, very clear. Now, the job of introducing the panelists will fall to our moderator, Moaz Sarani. Happily, the job of introducing Moaz falls to me. Genuinely and rather annoyingly multi-talented, Moaz's writing has been published nationally as well as internationally. He has not only managed to make his mark as a poet, with 4 collections to date, if I'm not mistaken, but also as a visual artist, where his work has been exhibited in spaces as far-flung as Taipei and Italy. Meanwhile, his debut novel, The Legend of Barafo, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, I'm certainly looking forward to reading it, will be published by Book Hug in 2023, and I think that means 1 degree of separation, given that Malcolm is here with us today from Book Hug. At any rate, I can think of no one better to lead this discussion on the vitality and value of small presses. So without further ado, I will cede the floor to Moaz. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Kate, and welcome everyone. I hope you're having hope it's been a great day so far. I have some questions, but if you have questions, I guess there's a mic in the physical space that you can go to ask a question. And for those of you online, just you can type your questions up in the chat, and I will incorporate them as we go. Why don't we? I think it would be nice if our panelists introduce themselves. So why don't we start, Josh, with you, and maybe you can talk about your work that you've done so far, and also your relationship to small presses, be it, you know, how you've had your work published through them, and if you've started a small press or started a micro press. It could be helpful to just get an overview of who we have here. Josh.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. It's on? It's on. Okay, good. So before I get into me, I also have only 1 degree of separation with Malcolm. I submitted a very crappy novella to Book Hug in 2017, which was promptly rejected. So good to see you, Malcolm. And as for the other panelists, nice to meet you. Everybody, I'm happy to be here. And as goes my relationship with small presses, I'm here as one representative of Yoke, which is a literary journal that was established in October of 2019, along with multiple collaborators. And we are currently in the process of accepting submissions for our 4th issue. We've published 3, and we've been very, very busy, myself and a team of currently 9 people based in Montreal here. So as far as my own sort of contribution to publishing in Quebec, in Canada, that is what it is. And for my own work, I published a collection of short stories and a novella 2 years ago with Shoreline Press entitled Towners and Other Stories. Otherwise, I am a graduate of the MA of Creative Writing here at Concordia. And since graduating, I have been writing still, without as much, structure and deadlines, but writing nonetheless. So yeah, I guess in a nutshell, that is what I'm doing, where I'm at, and I'm very excited to be sitting here on this panel.
Perfect. Thank you, Josh. Malcolm, could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think I'm here because of being a fiction editor at Book Hug Press in Toronto. And I was just thinking about how I ended up in this position, and it does have a kind of narrative that winds its way right back to when I was at Concordia in the mid-2000s. I guess I'll tell a little bit of a story. I ended up going to the SLS seminars in St. Petersburg and becoming really interested in a small press from Brooklyn called Ugly Duckling Press, which was focused mostly on poetry. And I think I was inspired by one of their magazines, which was a letterpressed poetry magazine called the 6x6. At some point later, when I moved to Toronto, I contacted Jay Millar, who's the publisher of, at that time it was called Book Thug, before the name change. And I asked him, at that time the press was doing, you could have a subscription package to the press. And I thought of doing something like the Ugly Duckling 6x6, but for experimental prose, also letterpress covers and sort of nicely handmade, that would go out with the submission package. So I don't know, I contacted him and he said yes. And all of a sudden I had to figure out how to do letterpress printing, which I did. And I took a course and ended up doing that. And eventually he just asked me if I wanted to work on the fiction titles at Book Thug. And at that time, he was growing fiction. It had mainly been kind of an avant-garde poetry press until that time. So that's how I end up here today. So I've been working as a fiction editor, largely the fiction editor, but also doing some book design and occasionally doing nonfiction work at Book Hug for several years now.
And that was the series you started, the 6x6 kind of connected series was called The Coming Envelope, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You were in one of those, I believe.
Yeah, it's really beautifully produced. And I didn't realize that Ugly Duckling was kind of a connection there, but that's really interesting to know that now. And I can see that. And I think we actually also had a small press connection really early on when we were in Montreal through Delirium Press, right?
Yeah, that's right.
With Kate Hall and Heather Jessup.
And I ended up doing some drawings with my partner, who's somehow is watching this. I don't know how she got an invitation, but but anyway, we did some drawings for one of those publications too. Yeah.
Wonderful. And Aisha, can you introduce yourself for us, please?
Hi, thank you for having me.
Yeah.
So I'm a writer, I would say, primarily, and my relationship with editing kind of happened like accidentally in a way, because I was writing a lot of fiction, nonfiction poetry and submitting to places, and I kind of got curious like about how sort of it worked, like how the selection process, submission process. So I actually reached out. This was in maybe 2017, 2016. I don't know how time works. Reached out to a lot of magazine editors that I was interested in, and basically just said, are you interested in having people read for you or kind of talk more about this process? And so I joined Flapper House, which is now defunct, but this was a like fiction, nonfiction, sort of a weird zine. It was a very interesting experience. And then I I started reading for Strange Horizons, which is more like genre fiction. That also taught me a lot. And then from there, I kind of had a relationship, like I became acquainted with two other editors, Michael DeLuca from Reckoning Press and Julian Esteban Torres Lopez from the Nashona, which are two completely different, very different publications. The one is more sort of a nonfiction organization, I would say, that does music, that does art, that does like books and stuff like that. So I ended up joining more as like a narrator for audiobooks, and then I ended up staying on, and then that relationship has gone on for about 2-3 years now, more than that actually. So at this point, I'm a co-editor-in-chief there. And then with Reckoning, it was more as a reader, and I ended up staying on as editor. And that has also been going on for about 3-4 years. So it's kind of, I've been writing at the same time and publishing and still editing at the same time. So I realized that I really liked it. And the relationship between both taught me a lot, like one taught me a lot about the other. And that's kind of how I think that's why I'm here to kind of talk about on both sides of it.
Wonderful. Thank you. I thought I'd begin by just asking sort of, how do you go from, say, like a file on your computer or, you know, a stack of papers on your desk? How do you go from that to actually having like a published, you know, poem in a small press magazine or a published book? And Aisha, maybe you can begin and just kind of walk us through the process, even things like how do you know when to submit? Like, how do you know when you're ready? And what do you submit?
So, right. So this kind of changed throughout the years because I've been writing since I was maybe 9 or 10. And I kind of went through all the different phases, writing on Post-it notes, writing on pieces of paper, and then I realized that the analog way of doing things was not working for me. So like computers, essentially like my laptop is where I do a lot of my writing. About more than 10 years ago, I found this program Scrivener, which essentially was a lifesaver. And it's this program where you can essentially organize all your writing. Everybody uses it differently. Everyone that I know uses it differently. I file everything from like snippets, ideas, or like lines that come back to me, or maybe like a draft of something. I have a different file for different types of programs. So like novels, poetry, different things like that. And that's kind of how I have everything in one place, is the way that I organize things. I start to kind of put things together, and I don't know how exactly. It's pretty organic as a process, but it ends up coming together. Like by the time that I realized I had a collection, for example, was that I looked through the whole document and realized I have 50 pieces that have not been published. Let me see what I can do with this. In terms of the submission process, knowing when something is ready I feel like nobody ever really knows when something is ready. There's always that, it can always be better, it can always be, but when I realize that all these pieces are speaking to each other in a certain way, that's how I know that I have like a book, a concept, or something like that. And I'll start to make a list of places that I'm interested in, or places that I've maybe stumbled upon, and that's when being an editor has sort of been a good thing, because I've ended up knowing a lot more like small presses and keeping a list and having relationships with different editors. So from that point on, I'll just send over like 3 or 4 pieces, and always with a backup plan. So if this gets rejected here, then I know that there are these 2 other places where I can send them. And somehow that's kind of how it ended up, at some point on my first book, I think it was like 30 poems. When about 20 of them had been published, that's when I knew, so it's time to sort of send the whole thing, the whole manuscript. And it's the same process, doing research on different publications, doing research on looking at their masthead, looking at their mission statement. I think that's the most important thing for me. Do they align with something that I value? I'm not just going to send my book out to anyone. I think that that's kind of how I've ended up having things being very organized. Like I said, Scrivener is my lifesaver. I know that people work differently. People work by hand, but it's something that I've been able to have everything in one place. And then that's also where I keep a list of places to send things out to. And that's kind of, it's been a process that's worked for me. I'm sure it's very different for everyone.
Great. Thank you. Malcolm, how about you?
How do I know if something's ready? Or
like, how do you, what is your process from getting to like a file on your computer to like a published in some form? What is, what documents do you have to get together? Like, how do you do that?
That is an interesting thing. I guess I've been working mostly on novel length. But I guess there are 2 different things. For shorter pieces, when I was working on shorter pieces, usually they would have a home already before. So I wouldn't have to go looking. I was able to sort of arrange for something to be published, and then I had to write it to meet that. So that's a different process from what Aisha's describing. But this would be more, it could be more essayistic if that's the case, and occasionally with short fiction. But with longer work, personally, when is something ready to go out there? Usually there are a couple of people who I'll send the manuscript to and ask them to read it. Those are friends whose opinions I trust. And that's what the process would be. And then I'm not sure what the book that I'm writing right now, I don't know exactly where I'm going to send it. But I also don't know when it's going to be done. This is one of the things with having children, is that things take a lot longer to write. But yeah, I'm not sure if that answers the question. When is something ready to be done? The software that I use is InDesign, which is a design program. So it looks nice when you're typing it compared to Word, but I don't think that's very useful information to share.
I think you're the first person I know who uses InDesign for the actual writing process. I think that's pretty cool.
Well, it doesn't have any like autocorrect functions on it, so which is kind of nice. So nothing is underlined in red. Nothing has, it's not making suggestions, even though I know you can turn those off with Word. Yeah, but that's just because I'm also a graphic designer, and I don't really like looking at Word.
Right. Okay. And Josh, how about you? What does your process look like?
Yeah, so like for myself, or more so as a curator in the editorial process of.
Let's start with the writing side, when you're trying to get your work, published.
Something is finished.
Yeah, and how do you go from something, on your desk to something in the world, like published in the world somehow?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, in its most like raw elemental form, my work is always just scraps, sentences, lines, themes, ideas, often unrelated, spanning long periods of time. And then I kind of triage through it. And then I start writing the next sentence and the next sentence and, paragraphs. And eventually, this is for prose because I also write a bit of poetry, and I'll get to that in a moment. If I feel like I have something that, functions as a complete story or an attempt to add to that, then maybe I take a good look at it and just put it in one of my folders, whether it's short stories, long form, or poetry. I'm also very folder oriented, kind of like obsessively so. If something's not in a folder, or if I don't have a folder for a thing, I'll probably create like a subgenre of folder because I don't like having loose documents. And the software I use, it's this niche, Microsoft Word is where I do a lot of my writing. And yeah, so I mean, it's when is it finished? Realistically, for me, I am a big rereader of my work. And I think that's also one of my biggest shortcomings is that I spend a lot of time editing before something is done, kind of like trying to, amputate and like perform surgery before the thing even has come to life. So I guess that's an answer to a different question. But what I'm trying to say is that when I can read something from start to finish and not feel nauseous, then maybe I'll let somebody else read it. And if they're okay after having done that, then maybe it'll come back to me and I'll try to think about, what's a suitable publisher? What should I do with this? Should this be part of a larger collection? And I'm talking like I published a bunch of stuff, but I haven't. I have a lot of folders though. So yeah, I guess I'm kind of OCD, so my stuff is very well organized. I work on different things at different times perpetually. I have no real system to speak of, and that's one of my favorite things about writing multiple genres is that, I'm not tethered to, for example, the humongous burden, like Malcolm, you're talking about writing like a longer work. I've done it, and it can be so intimidating sometimes when, you visit the work and it's just not responding to you very well, and you're not responding to it very well. So I like having the ability when that happens to just like, okay, let's write a poem today. It's just kind of like I see it as exercise. I'm just flexing different muscles. And sometimes one of the sentences or bits of scraps that I was talking about that I collect can come from a poem that I wrote. An idea can come from something. So it's kind of like inter-genre related in that way. And I think I'm just always open to those possibilities. And that helps me not, waste too much writing. I try to repurpose as much as I can. So, but yeah, when a work is finished really is when someone accepts it. I've had work rejected that I went back to and edited and then resubmitted, and then it was accepted. So, but once it's accepted, it's finished beyond your control kind of thing too, at least for the time being. So yeah.
I'm curious. I think at some point all of you have had to probably write a synopsis of a creative work, and it's like it's a tricky thing to write because it's in a different style, it's in a different voice from the actual work, and because you're all here, you've all, I think, figured out how to write that successfully. And I'm curious, like, what your approach is to talk about your own work, where there's kind of like the two things of you don't want to be full of yourself, but you also want to really, you've done something you care about and you want to represent it as best you can. So how do you write that synopsis when you're approaching a press, especially a press who might not know you personally? Malcolm, I'm hoping you can give us a start here.
Well, with the synopsis, if it were for a grant, that it's successful if you get the money. But I think you have to, with that in mind, you have to think about your audience, and certainly who you're submitting the work to. I see a lot of synopsis, or I see a lot of letters, the editor, as an editor at Book Hug, I see a lot of synopsis like with the letter that are trying to sell me on it in a certain kind of way. And there's certain kinds of sales pitches that I react really negatively against because I don't want it. I don't know. A lot of the things like the elevator pitch and things that may have been taught to people to do, I really don't like them. I want I want both like something very concrete, but also to connect the concreteness of description to themes that are meaningful and possibly topical and that are surprising. So I guess as an editor, I'm looking to be surprised and to be excited by, and it's hard to, a lot of this just has to do with the subjective response, but at the same time, I think, I don't know, a directness and I'm sure a lot of people probably would not want to connect their writing to like maybe theoretical thinking, but I think that can be interesting from my point of view. So that's just saying like, it really depends on the audience. So if someone's sending a synopsis to a small press, you have to really know like what they're interested in. If you're sending it to, I don't know, they're just, a lot of presses have different ideas about what they want to publish and different editors. So I'm not sure if, I don't know, it's hard to know exactly what to write for one because you don't always know who's going to be reading it. So you have to just educate yourself as well as you can.
Yeah. Aisha, do you have any tips on how to write a synopsis and how to have your work stand out in a slush pile?
It's definitely not my favorite thing to do because I find that it's easier for poetry and nonfiction because it's personal. So I can talk from a more personal perspective of, I guess, what this is meant, I guess what it's meant to evoke for the reader, what I hope it's going to evoke. For fiction, I approach it a bit differently. It's more of, because it's, especially if it's a complex kind of work, there's so much to talk about. What I usually do is I'll just free write for maybe 1,000 words, what I think this is about. And then I'll try to condense it to like 500 words. And then the more essential aspects come out, then I condense that into 250 words, then in 50 words, and then maybe just 10 words. If I had 10 words for this story, what would I say? Or this novel or whatever. And from that point on, it's easier to step back and write about it in a more, I guess, essential kind of way. But I do agree that knowing what the publisher is looking for or what they're interested in, like if you're sending it to a press that is more about, let's say, like stories that are very personal, that are very character driven, and that the story is that, among many other things, I'm still going to more highlight the character driven element of it. So definitely knowing how to tailor it to, which comes back to my initial point of, I always like deeply research the places that I'm sending things to know that it's not so much, are they going to like what I'm submitting, but do I want to submit my piece to them? And do I want this to be a home for something that I wrote? So that's the way that I would approach it.
Yeah, I also find the word count method that you talked about, I find that really helpful as well, because I think sometimes at the end of a work, you can feel like every part of it is so important, and they're all interdependent. And if you don't talk about one thing, the other part will collapse. Exactly. Having that word count actually does, it's like a good artificial way to give yourself some clarity about, if I don't mention this, the work will somehow not feel right.
Exactly. Yeah. And you have to trust your readers also to know kind of what this is about and the way that they're going to interpret it as well.
Yeah. And Josh, how about you? How do you approach a synopsis?
So on that subject of, I like what you're saying, Aisha, and echoing it. I think in this exercise of, synthesis and distillation, it's one that, and this is something that we discussed when I was a student here in the MA, and this morning's moderator, Terry Byrnes, said that if you can't tell me what your story is about in a sentence or two, that's problematic, So I often go back to that, and this is especially important if you're grant writing, where you have, limited real estate, and the people who are reading your work don't know what you haven't written yet, and neither do you. So it's really a matter of sort of prioritizing and trying to identify what is the story that you're trying to tell. So when you are putting a synopsis together, in my experience anyway, it's a laborious but very rewarding exercise, in that what you end up with is often things that can, be the germs of the story as it develops. And now I'm talking from an incomplete work. I guess it's different if you have a complete work. I didn't write my own. When I published my book, it was somebody else who wrote the back cover. And the first iteration of it that I read, it was like, oh, this amazing collection by Josh Kearing. I was like, we're not doing that. It's kind of embarrassing. I don't know. But yeah, it's tough to write about your work. I find that these sort of annex texts to the primary work, which is the only thing I really care about, can be a little bit unpleasant to write. But my understanding now, having, been rejected from a lot of publications, is that they are very crucial. They're very essential. If you can't speak to your own work, then this is a little bit of a gap that you need to learn to reconcile. Because I think it's a myth, that, you show up into a publisher's office and you drop a manuscript and it speaks for itself. It's just, it's a good Hollywood scene, but I think it's a skill. And some of the writers that in my entourage who are very good at that skill have been able to secure a lot of funding, give themselves time to write, and these things are invaluable, I think, when you're trying to publish. So,
Yeah. No, those are excellent points. I think, and I also do think that having a synopsis does also help give clarity for yourself about your work. And when you go back into the editing process, it can kind of help you know what is, the truly important stuff. I'm curious, with your small press experiences, what latitude you might have had on things like design or covers or the shape of the actual work. I thought I would show two examples. They're both kind of more micro press than small press. One of them is Derek Folio, who did a trifold of a poem that I wrote a couple of years ago. And the poem actually just consists of probably about 120 dates. And his is simple printout trifold. And a second work was a friend of mine and a friend of Malcolm's as well, Alex Porco, and he did a set called the Radiogas. And he refers to these as like one-liners, one-liner poems. And he had them printed on business cards. I don't think you can see it well, but there's a stack of probably, 50 business cards. And so an example of some of them are, one of them is called Cece's Pizza. And the poem is now hiring, full-time, part-time, smiling faces. And one of my favorite ones, the title is Friendship, and the poem is simply Cow Wings, which I think is great and surreal. Another one, Vincent Katz, everyone should write an epic poem. And so I thought I'd bring this up because I think for Alex, the form is really important for how that work got out there. And he published it himself. And I think that the satisfaction for him was that the work looks exactly as he wished it to, and it helps convey exactly the idea that he wishes it to convey when it meets a reader. And I'm wondering what latitude you all have had at different moments when you've had your work published. Josh, why don't we begin with you?
sorry, can you give me the question again in like one second?
Sure. Like what creative latitude have you? I know that like you probably writers have a ton of control over the actual text of the work.
Yeah.
Have you been able to have any input on things like cover or design or that kind of?
Well, I've never done anything fun like those, like the business cards. I think we might steal that, Kurt. That's a really fun idea. But for myself, I mean, I think it's just about kind of like, you know, circle of competence or ability. I love design, so I like being involved in that if I can. I'm also very obsessive about the shapes of paragraphs and things like that, like what we call orphan words at the end of a paragraph that just make me sick. So I will sometimes write an additional like clause or predicate just so that in my Microsoft Word, it doesn't show up that, or else I can't move on kind of thing. And that's, I understand that I'm moving away from the question a little bit, but for my book, I designed the first iteration of the cover. And I was really lucky to work with a publisher that, well, didn't have a designer, but who also trusted me enough to kind of like give me the first crack at it and then find a professional designer who was gonna reinterpret what I had put together and make something professional. Could I have it my way in future publishing endeavors? I would like to always be involved in the design, because I think, you know, nobody reads the pages first. You know, I think, and as the person whose creativity and like heart went into the words, I think that having the ability to put that same creativity and that same heart into the design can just make sure that those two things, you know, are related. So yeah, I think it's terrifically important. I've bought books based on their covers entirely and on their synopses, going back to so yeah, I guess two very important things, but yeah, if I can get involved, I will.
Aisha, how about you? Have you been able to, or do you want to have input on the things like graphics and layout and design of it, or are you happy to let somebody else handle that?
Usually, because I do art, so if they let me, I'm always willing to step in and do that. For my first book, they had an artist, and we actually were in conversation for a long time about like different ideas that he had, different ideas that I had, and we kind of came together. So there were about 2 or 3 different covers that we mocked up, and ultimately he drew them. But I mean, I liked having that input and having a say in, like, I wanted a lighthouse, for example. So that's something that he put in and different things like that. For the second collection, they basically gave me sort of free rein. So I was either able to design my own or reach out to someone else. So that's what I did. I found an artist that I really admired, and she designed the cover, and that was something that was so it essentially looks the way that I wanted it to look. So that was nice. Usually in terms of, it's more like formatting wise, especially for poetry, as long as it looks the way that I want it to look, I'm okay with the rest of the design being the way it is. But when it was given to me, I always took those opportunities.
Have you had any input on the like typeface for your poetry?
Once, yeah. And I liked like having the opportunity to say, actually, let's go with this kind of a weird font. And that was something that was nice.
Okay. Malcolm, how about you? I know you have a lot of, you know, graphic design experience. Do you like having input on the cover when it's your own work, or would you prefer to kind of let someone else handle that?
Yeah, I would certainly want input for a cover, and for the typeface too. I would almost be more, if I had to like have a deal, I would like go for typeface, the font over the cover in some ways. Yeah, I definitely I would want to have a lot of input, and I think, you know, my experience, I do a lot of the design, a lot of the books at Book Hug, or a lot of the fiction titles. I mean, just to give some examples of what happens there, we have the authors fill out a questionnaire, which gives us a sense of a place to begin with a cover. And but there are a lot of people involved. There's marketing people, the publishers, the author, the designer. So from a designer's point of view, when I'm designing a book, I like when an author gives me some pushback and says, I don't like that, or, I don't like this. Usually what happens is we get a better cover because of that. But the cover it's like it's the marketing face of a book, right? Like it's and it's just from a designer's perspective, I realize how hard it is for authors to have a cover and all of these amazing ideas within the book, like so many ideas in a book, whether it's a novel or a book of poetry, and then somehow distilled down to like a single image for the cover. In a way, there's no way to satisfy an author in that respect, because you can't distill the meaning of a book into a single image, I don't think. So I see how hard it is from the author's perspective to say yes to some.
There we go. Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you, everyone. And now I just thought we'd kind of flip and look at it from the other perspective and think about, being a part of a small press and distributing work and helping to get and acquiring work. And my first question is, there are quite a few presses and small presses out there. So why start a new one? Why did you go through that initiative? Josh?
Well, none of the existing ones would give me a job. But no, it's really, I don't intend to work in editing. For me, it's more of a passion. And when I came to Montreal a couple of years ago, there was a group of us, Curtis, our managing editor's in the room now. He was one of the 6 or 7 people sitting around a table and talking about what kind of project we could put together. And it was always going to be literary in nature and essence. And, zines were not out of the question, but we felt that we wanted to do something a little bit bigger. And we also didn't think that there was sort of an absence of us in Montreal, which is a very culturally, literary, vibrant city. We were just interested in keeping the party going, so to speak. Like, we just thought that it was a great place to do it and to put out more work, more art. And there are great journals, and journals that we look up to both here locally in Montreal and across the country in every province. We've got a lot of contemporaries, and we just thought that it's something we all enjoyed doing. And if we put our minds together and sort of arrived at a product that we could deliver, which was our journal, it might be interesting. It might be something to sort of keep the realities of our adult lives in the shadows a little bit longer. I did it when I moved to Montreal, and I also had a full-time job. So I just wanted to do something outside of those hours that still kept me close to what I'm truly passionate about and what I want to be doing, though not full-time. So personally, that's why I joined. And yeah, I guess everybody at Yoke probably had different motivation, different impetus for participating in the project. But I think at the center of it all, is a desire to just be a part of that conversation on the literary arts in Canada, in the world, and yeah.
And is Yoke, are you and your team sort of paying for it out of pocket to get it kind of up and running and get the journal produced, or how have you managed that end of things?
Yeah, So we've been incredibly lucky in that I think compared to a lot of journals, we had a very big team. So multiple shallow pockets, you know, which helped because you can't circulate, 500 copies of a journal without having some capital, and you can't secure capital without circulating 500 copies of a journal. So there's a big catch-22. We see some of our peers going fully digital. We see some journals dissolving entirely, which is sort of unfortunate. But the reality is that it's becoming harder and harder to be solvent financially and to also be able to put out the quality of work that you aspire to put out. And for us to be able to do that, we did have to depend very much on our own investments, which we were, able to make back because as a team of 10 very creative individuals, we were able to do a lot more than just publish issues. We've done events, workshops, we've established partnerships with well-established literary organizations, cultural organizations. So I think a lot of what we've been able to do has come from the depth of ability of our team members as, marketers, people with graphic design ability, and just a kind of ear to the ground and our pulse on, our finger on the pulse of what's happening and what we might be able to be part of what's happening. And I'm kind of going like this, but yeah, we paid out of pocket. Could just said that. But we're looking for funding, so.
Malcolm, can you talk a bit about why I know you, in your introduction, you talked a little bit about why you started the Coming Envelope and your hopes for that. But I can imagine that work you did with Jay and Book Hug there, the remuneration probably was pretty scant. So can you just talk about what your motivation was, and if you enjoy the experience?
Oh, I absolutely. I was doing it because I wanted to do it, and I had a desire to do it. And I don't know if there's any explaining desire. I did it until I had my first child. It was, the Coming Envelope is entirely handmade by me, and as I was saying, I had to learn how to use a letterpress. So I took a workshop at a place in Toronto at 401 Richmond. And then I convinced someone who had a letterpress shop that I knew how to use it. And she allowed me to. It's so nice of her. And so I was able to, I just, I bought the paper. I did all the printing. I figured out, I got much better as each issue went along how to do that printing. And then the actual insides were photocopied. They weren't going to a printer of any kind. So I tried to find decent paper to use, because it's very hard to find good paper in Canada for some reason. I compare that to, for part of the time I was living in Chicago, where we had access to great paper. But yeah, and I would cut them by hand, which with an X-Acto knife and a ruler, going like this for, I don't know how many, like 150 copies or something. So it was a labor of love. And in terms of money, Jay would pay me basically the cost of materials. But it was just extremely time consuming, and I did it because I wanted to do it, and because I wanted to, it was partly like, I think part of that desire was, by that time I had met so many interesting writers, and I kind of wanted to do something with them. So I would ask, do you have a short piece of writing that we could print? I wasn't paying the writers, which obviously, which is too bad, but there's simply no funding to pay anyone. And I understand the problem with that too. But I guess I thought they're very short pieces, so, and I'll just ask, and then you gain a bit of confidence, and you end up asking like Diane Williams, or like some well-known people who you have never met before. You just hope that maybe they'll send you something, and sometimes they do. So people are generous, which is also part of it too. But yeah, his labor of love completely.
Nisha, how about you? How come, why, you know, why start a small press? Why be involved? Like what is the, what is the reward for you?
I definitely agree with the labor of love element of it, where it's more like I almost didn't have a choice. Like I felt like I had to do something creative at some point. But I think another element of it, which was always like kind of intrinsic, was the growing up and not seeing a lot of writers like me, not seeing a lot of like people, like knowing that there are so many who are creative, you know, people of color, people who are marginalized, people who just are not given the same opportunities. I've written a lot about publishing's issue with diversity and just not being as open and not giving the same opportunities to everyone. So for me, it was this idea of creating a space for others that, you know, like me, to be able to also tell their own stories and to get sort of a foot in the door, or else, you know, make their own door and make their own spaces. And so I think a lot of that came from kind of a feeling of, I wouldn't say anger, but definitely like indignation that, and just from the feedback that some of my stories got when I would send them out, I would have people telling me, you should maybe change your name, or this story is a little bit too, you know, ethnic or urban, or, you know, if I would be writing about like African mythology or stuff like that. So, you know, you either internalize it or you actually stand in your own integrity and say, no, my story is as important, and not just mine, but so many other people. And a big part of that was when I went to college, and like for my second degree in Chicago, I was in an amazing school and met so many other people who I think felt the same way. It just gave me this sense of, half of it was curiosity. Like I said, like I contacted a lot of people to know, how does this work and what's going on behind the scenes of these small presses. But a big part of it was also to learn what to do and how it works, so I could one day open my own, you know, small press and sort of help give the opportunities that I feel are not always given as freely as they should be. So that's definitely one of my, and I think enduring motivations for this.
Thank you. Are there any questions from anyone joining us online or in the space itself? Be great to hear from you. If you're online, you can just shoot it in the chat. And
Nina, the microphone is there. Don't forget.
Hi. So my question is regarding the difference that you would say you notice between like a small press and a like more established press within the industry of publishing or editing, I guess. Like, I guess on both sides, the experience of maybe working at one and the types of things that they publish and how much it's about like marketing stuff and what's trendy versus like the art, and then also the experience of a person submitting to a small press versus like a more established press. Like, what do you find is the experience in that regard?
Okay, I can go. For me, the difference, well, having been on the editing side of it, was like I said, I worked as like a first reader for one more, I would say, established Strange Horizons, which is this huge like place for fiction. I think they do poetry now, nonfiction, and so it was a very interesting learning experience. But it was definitely, I would say, more impersonal in a way, because there are so many of us. So being a first reader really is almost like the bottom tier where you're reading a lot per week and saying yes, no. And it felt like I was not giving the pieces as much attention as I would have wanted to, as opposed to Flapper House, which was, we were like 6 maybe people. It was a lot more work because you were doing, and you had to take a bit longer, but it felt, we were much more critical in the sense of if one of us liked something, we would all sit down and talk about it and talk about it and talk about it. And so we really did feel like we were definitely giving much more attention to individual pieces, which is the same thing with Reckoning. It's a yearly issue. So for a whole year, we're basically discussing and reading and passing things around. It can be very like intense because you're essentially in that space for such a long time, but you know that at the end of that year, the issue that we came up with really was the issue we came up with because we all gave it the consideration. And submitting, it definitely feels also the same way. I would submit some things to some really big publishing houses or like big presses, and you would get a response within like the hour with a very pretty much an impersonal, yeah, it doesn't work for me. And you don't take it personally because you know that so many people are submitting, as opposed to other places where you will submit and it takes maybe 3 months, but you know at the end of those 3 months, the rejection, it feels different, like when it's a very personal rejection. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's definitely my perspective from both sides of it.
Malcolm or Josh, do you have anything to add on any distinctions you've noticed between large presses and small presses?
I haven't worked at a large press, but so it's a little bit hard to say a distinction. I just like to say I feel at home in the small press world, and I think there's a lot in the large press world, in the big publishers that I just don't relate to. That for me, that's a big difference. I don't. I read small press work, so that's what I read for all the time, and that's what I've read for ever since I was like 20 years old. So it doesn't. I mean, I think they seem like pretty distinct worlds, even though there's probably some kind of gradation from micro press all the way up to the biggest ones. But yeah, I think it's, I've been able to work with people I know, and I've got to know people because of working in this small press. And it does feel like a community. So I think that's something to consider.
Malcolm, what is it? I'm curious, if you could talk more about what it is you don't relate to in the larger presses beyond sort of like the personal connections and those kinds of affinities that you have for people in small presses and the community that has created and that you're a part of.
The books they publish, partly. I mean, like I said, I read small press books, so so in a way, like those presses are massive and they have many different parts to them, and I probably shouldn't talk about them because I don't really know how they operate. But this size, I think size is, we're calling one press small press. Size is important for a lot of things, like community, for example.
Josh, do you have anything to add there?
Yeah, well, no, but I will anyway. I guess it kind of, what do you call a big press? What do you call, a small press? I would definitely say that Yoke is a smaller press, but if we're looking at other literary journals in Canada who've been established for a long time, like Fiddlehead is one that comes to mind. I would say that one of the main distinguishing factors is just the consistency of the quality. I think that when you're a younger press, you receive far fewer submissions. Your editorial capacity is also greener. You don't always know what you're looking for. Maybe your team hasn't been doing what they're doing for very long. Maybe your operation isn't quite as deliberate as it should be, kind of thing, you know? So I think the main difference is just, you know, being more established, being a larger press means that the likelihood of consistency is elevated, whereas a younger press may have to take more chances on writing that larger presses might, you know, pass by, which is not necessarily a bad thing. In our experience, you know, we've accepted work that's essentially been workshopped and kind of like retooled and has become some of our strongest work that we've published. So I think that that's one nice thing about being a small press, is that we often work with people who are not as widely published and who are prepared to, you know, collaborate in the editorial process. Whereas people who've published a lot will often, you know, be a lot more resistant, I think, to editorial intervention. So I think that's kind of a nice liberty that smaller presses have, is to treat the work like something that maybe is not final, which we were talking about before, you know? Yeah. I think bigger presses look for work that is final. You know, I think the work of an editor at a major publication is more so that of a reader and not as much that of an editor. So, you know, just somebody who knows what to read for. And yeah, that is, I also haven't worked at a major press, but it's kind of my understanding of it from, you know.
Great, thank you. That's really helpful. Amy Alt, I think you have a question. Why don't you go ahead?
Yes, I'm trying to start my and it's not behaving, but okay, anyway. Okay, I think you've partly answered some of the things I wanted to touch on, but I guess the question being that, you know, the submission process requires a lot of time, you know, researching who you want to sing it and getting everything straight. And I guess the question would be, you know, if people are trying to decide, okay, these are only so many submissions I can do, or how am I choosing where I want to go? How do you convince people that your small press is the way to go versus the possible, you know, where you might have a lot of benefits, you know, that you've all described about, you know, the intimacy of working with a smaller, more focused press versus somebody then looking at your CV later going, and I don't know who any of these people are, you know, like the you know, how do you convince them that the experience of a small press is worth somebody then saying like, well, it's interesting you're published, but I don't know who any of these people are. Like, is that something that you find you have to convince people of, or like, how do you really make that case that you want their work rather than, you know, don't waste your time, you know, submitting into the wind, you know, at some larger press?
Malcolm or Aisha, do you want to pick that up? How do you solicit work? How do you get them? How do you win their trust and their and their submission? How do you win their writing?
I think part of it is, well, taking kind of like being asked, no, rather asking them to take a chance on you starts with kind of having, I think a big part of your mission statement or your submission guidelines sort of does that work of, this is what we want and this is why we want it. If this is you, then let's kind of have a conversation. I think that also people coming to you, if they're interested in submitting to your publication in the first place, maybe it's something they've read before from you that has maybe said, oh, this sounds like something I would write. Maybe this means that this would be a home for my publication. I know that at least for the ones that I'm currently working at, we promise to be a safe space for that writing. We promise to be open-minded, to treat it with the same dignity that we would treat our own. The way that I approach, be it acceptances or rejections, it's with the same spirit of compassion and really speaking to the person as an artist, rather than this piece is good, this piece is not good. So I feel like that's the way that I would approach it. If you're interested in submitting to us, these are the things we can promise. And it will be promoted, it will be definitely celebrated. When it comes to annual nominations for like awards, we champion every piece as if it were our own. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the way that we approach it. And like I said, with the assumption that if they're interested in submitting to us, that means that there's something already there. There's a connection there, and it's just a matter of talking about it.
We don't have too much time left, but Aisha, I'm curious, and I think that you raised an important point. And I was hoping you could talk a little bit more about how you create that safe space for the people who are submitting. I think that sometimes when people talk about the risk of writing, sometimes riskiness is just talked about in terms of like giving it this kind of risk in a marketing way, where it's edgy, it's subversive. But I think that what you alluded to is a personal risk that is more literal. And I'm wondering how you acknowledge that risk and what actions you take that make it a safe space for people.
I mean, I can definitely say that a big part of it comes from the fact that we as ourselves, like as editors, me and Huyan, I'm taking the example of the Nishona, are both people of color or both marginalized. So we are not just saying these things to say them, it's things that we ourselves have been affected by and things that we go through. So when we try to infuse that in basically every step of that submission process, be it in the call for submission, be it in the conversation we have with them if we like a piece, be it in the conversation we have if we're not able to take that piece. And again, even because for example, in that publication, we have a series on womanhood and trauma. And so with the understanding that there is no such thing as this piece is important or this piece is less important just because it's written in what we would consider a less or a more literary way. So I think there are so many ways to tell a person you see them, and we try to do that exactly in that, like verbally, non-verbally, and if we are accepting these pieces, it's with the sensitivity of how do we present this issue, knowing that people will read this and might feel affected, might feel, has it been handled sensitively? Has it been talked about in that way? It's a very delicate balance. So I feel like we're still trying to find it, but that's definitely, I think that coming from that place, and also knowing that, like, I personally am not very interested in what is marketable, what is not marketable. And that I think has been maybe the biggest strength of what we do. We accept pieces that may not feel like they have a place, but they do because we feel that they mean something. And it's clearly resonated with people who come to this publication.
We're getting to the end here. If anyone in the space or online has a question, we can get to it pretty quickly. Otherwise, why don't, I'm just curious if there are any final thoughts, if there's anything that you wanted to say that we haven't had a chance to say. Now's your time. Malcolm, any final thoughts?
I think there's a question. Lois, hang on.
Thank you. Cool. Oh yeah, that's way easier.
Hi. So Acha, you've talked a lot about your experience as a writer of underrepresented status in the industry, and being involved in Soliloquies Anthology, the literary magazine here at Concordia. We've been very concerned as an editorial team, and me personally as a white person in this industry, how do we make our publication inclusive and welcoming to people of underrepresented status without coming at it from a disrespectful place, or without like tokenizing? Do you have any like thoughts or ideas from your experience either being a writer or being more involved in the industry?
I think definitely having multiple perspectives will kind of give you an idea of whether you're on the right path or not in that sense. I don't know if you have people of color on your team, but if you do, and as editors, I mean, having their perspective and having, if somebody says, that doesn't sound like a good idea, or that doesn't sound, I think definitely listening to those, which is why, like I said, having that conversation on pieces as a team more than once, bringing other people out. Like we've done that sometimes, of asking like friends or relatives or somebody, what do you think about this? And as many perspectives as you can. Does it feel like a gut feeling that this is not respectful, or do you have doubts about this? Or I think that tokenizing is definitely, it's always a risk, but as long as you're asking the people who are concerned, whatever that group is, I think is the first way to go. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. And thanks all of you. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it answered some questions you might have. And thank you to the panelists. I really enjoyed it. And thanks for all the work you did to prepare and for the insights that you gave us.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all of you. That was incredibly informative, wonderful. I don't know where Hannah is. She is probably literally out in the ether, but we're still tracking her down. So my hope is that the 4:30 event will take place. But in the meantime, thank you to our amazing panelists. And I have to say that I think one of the most inspiring elements of what you've been saying is how much care and love you invest, not only, of course, in your own writing, which is to be expected, but in the work you do as editors and participants and owners of journals. And I think that, I hope at least, that is the way forward for publishing, because if it doesn't have love in it, what the hell is the point? So thank you for being such fantastic representatives of both writing and publishing for our students. And thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you all so much. For the rest of you, hang in there and we'll see what we can do. We will hope that Hannah's workshop will take place. Hannah?
All right. And thank you, Kate. Thanks for hanging out here, keeping Josh company. It was a pleasure to have you.
I was the water carrier, and I was happy to do it. It's only right and proper.
Can I just say something, one last thing? Yoke is currently accepting submissions for its 4th issue. I just want to put it out there. Open themed.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, so while we stretch our legs here, we'll say goodbye to the folks on Zoom. Thank you all so much again for your time and energy. So much appreciated. Cheers. Thanks, Moz, for that.
Thank you for having us.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So lovely to see you. Bye, Moaz. Thank you so much. Bye, Malcolm. I hope your kids feel better.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Have a good rest of the day.
Yes, bye. So we'll just, for those folks who are still here on Zoom with us, waiting potentially for the 4:30 workshop, just hang in there with us, as Kate said. We'll keep the Zoom activated and we'll update you as we can. Thanks, everybody.
Stretch your legs, everybody. And I'm going to be madly working with Mom. So, and seeing what we can do. Okay? Josh, thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries.
We're both stretching the same. Funny the hyperspace.
So don't move. Okay?
Just the fact that you're down. Yeah, like my posture. Yeah, as all of us probably do. Thank you guys.
Press it, it unmutes, so now
Hello.
you're
Yeah,
good.
okay.
And then press. So
Great.
that's it, unmute it.
Josh and I are both sitting here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the workshop is supposed to go till like 5:30, but I think, you know, for 5:25,
I only have class at 6, so I'm in no rush.
I can't believe you're doing this.
It's
so
exciting. It's an exciting turn of events.
Well,
I'm not
it's-
complaining.
yeah, I would have preferred less excitement, more competence.
Are you familiar with encoding specificity? Encoding specificity. It's when somebody always sits in the same place. Because
Say less. Say less. You could have just asked. You didn't have to make it fancy. We had a workshop together. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, there wasn't enough. So I told these guys that maybe basing it on questions rather than having something.
I mean,
just
yeah.
open it up to questions first.
Sure.
And then I'm gonna let you guys spitball it, as you say, and you're gonna.
I mean, yeah, we're happy to talk, but with the lack of preparation, Q&A is probably something to rely on. But yeah.
Kind of like a late night talk show. Is what you can go for.
It's like Anchorman.
Yeah.
Mics.
Check.
Check.
Can I raise my mic a bit, or good as is?
Stay classy, San Diego. It's good?
Yeah, that sounds great. So I'll just pass the, just for the folks on Zoom, letting you know we're coming back into the space, but with a different plan. And to tell you more about it, over to you, Kate Sturt.
I wish I knew more about it, Anna, but thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody, and thank you all for hanging in there. Obviously, life sometimes throws curveballs, and today one of our panelists, and indeed the workshop, person who was supposed to run the workshop, is not with us. So fortunately for us, we have two stars who are going to stay on, answer your questions, take you through some of the processes behind the submissions and running of a small press, which they do so beautifully in Yoke. Josh, of course, was part of our previous panel, so thanks to him and the wonderful Curtis McRae, who works with Josh, but who is also a star student of mine. In fact, they both were. And I'm going to just reap all the credit for their success. That is my job as a professor. Take note, my students. I will just suck out all the credit from your successes. But I'm going to cede the floor very happily to them and their expertise. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for stepping in so beautifully. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for sticking around. I thought there might be like a mass exodus. Yeah, so like Kate said, couple stars, Little Dipper and Big Dipper.
That is how I think
Cosmic
of myself
joke.
when I wake up every morning. I look in the mirror and say, Little Dipper.
So, with very little time to prepare, we've sort of been briefed on what Hannah was going to do, and though we can't do what she surely would have done very well, we're hoping that we can convey some useful information to all of you by way of an informal discussion, a little bit of Q&A, some interactivity. So I will say that for the following hour, any and all questions are welcome at any and all times. I assume that the Mikey is still front and center. So should there ever be a moment where anybody would like to interject, just raise your hand and feel free to come forward. And we're looking forward to talking to you guys. I was here personally, a little bit more background. I'll reintroduce myself quickly. I graduated from the creative writing program in 2018. Since then, I've worked as an instructional designer at Concordia. Basically, that means that I put courses online that are offered here at the university. So that's kind of like how I pay the bills. And that's just a little bit more context for me. We'll return to my role at Yoke after my acolyte Curtis McRae has had a chance to introduce himself.
Yeah, so I'm actually a current student right now in the MA program of the creative writing department in my final semester. Just submitted my thesis, so glad to have that done. Hold the applause. But I've been working as a teaching assistant at Concordia the last 2 years, as well as a contract proofreader, copy editor for Vehicle Press, a local publishing house in Montreal. And of course, been working with Yoke for the last 2 years, spinning a lot of plates, wearing many different hats, currently serving as managing editor. And throughout that entire process, I've been submitting to literary magazines and learning a lot of tough lessons throughout that process. So hoping to impart some of that experience here today. And of course, as Josh said, we will be sort of relying on Q&A and focusing on that today. So please bring all questions that you have for us, and hopefully we'll be able to answer them with some experience and a semblance of grace.
Yeah, so thanks for being here. So I'm definitely curious about kind of like the motivation behind everybody's attendance, the impetus. I assume that, strongly encouraged by your faculty. But no, otherwise, let's just start with kind of gathering an understanding of who in the room does what. So who in the room writes? I'd be very curious to know who writes. Okay. Who works in publishing or has worked in publishing? Okay. Who would like to maybe work in publishing one day? Interesting. Who writes poetry? Who writes prose? Got some nonfiction writers, visual artists. Very cool. Okay, so a very creative atmosphere.
And for those online who can't see the room right now, it's mainly writers who haven't worked in any editorial capacity, a lot of which are hoping to work in an editorial capacity, but we have a lot of poets, fiction writers, a couple of visual artists. Yeah.
Good, okay, so I guess one of the things that Hannah was going to discuss, one of the first things on the list was how to handle simultaneous submissions as a press. So when you're receiving submissions, how do you deal with what is very obviously something that has been submitted widely to multiple other journals? And I guess the way that we approach it essentially is just to identify if there's a piece that feels like it's been just thrown into the world of publishing in the hopes that somebody may catch it, and there's obvious telltale signs like, for us, instead of writing to Yoke, dear Antigonish review. I hope you enjoy my work. So that's one thing that happens. A surprising amount is just a piece that's addressed to a different literary journal, which is all right, because of course we have respect for the Antigonish review. But that's one thing. When you are submitting, and when you are submitting to multiple journals, I think it's essential that as a writer, as an artist, you're transparent. And what it means to put forward a simultaneous submission is that essentially you're sending the same piece or the same collection of pieces to multiple journals, and you're also pledging to let the journal know, or the journals know, if and when your piece has been accepted elsewhere. And that's very important for a journal, because as we move forward through the process of selecting pieces, which is something that in the previous workshop Aisha spoke to very well, it is a process, and we do take the pieces through multiple readings, through different groups, through different stages of the editorial process. And it can be a little bit frustrating if as we move closer to publication and decide to move forward with a piece, we message its writer only to find out that the piece is no longer available, but oops, they forgot to message us. So we have a blacklist when that happens. No, but yeah, seriously, it can be a little bit frustrating. And when you're a press that receives not, thousands of submissions, I mean, we do kind of like recognize the individuals that the culprits who submit simultaneously. Yeah.
And I would say, speaking from the perspective of somebody who writes and submits as well as works in an editorial capacity, I think saying like following up with the journals who you've submitted a simultaneous submission to, it's important to keep track of where you're submitting your work. I think it's really important. How you do that is up to you. There are many ways. You can go old school and just have an Excel spreadsheet, which is what I do. And it's important because you'll lose track if you just try to remember what work you have and where it's been submitted. And it is really important to keep track of it, because if you get a piece submitted, published somewhere, and you've submitted it to 10 other journals, and you also have 4 other works that are being considered, you need to be able to know what's been accepted, where it's been submitted, when exactly, and to be able to reach out to them to let them know. Furthermore, I think concerning simultaneous submissions, Josh spoke to personalizing the header of your email. I would go a step further to even say, if you have the time and the resources, it's important to look into the journal you're submitting to and personalize each submission. If you can find out, if you're submitting to poetry, who the poetry editor is, the managing editor, the editor-in-chief, if you can name them in your header, that goes a long way. Beyond that as well, if you can have access either to their print issues, previous print issues, digital publication, and actually pinpoint some of the work they have published in the past that has spoken to you and has led you to believe you might be a good fit for that journal, it's important to address that in your submission. I would say it definitely will make you stand out. This applies to any submission, but simultaneous submissions as well. If you're submitting to multiple journals, it's good to personalize these submissions, I would say. And this is outside of the work itself. I'm speaking specifically to the email, the submittable form, whatever it is that you're actually using as a means to submit your work.
Yeah, I think the kind of copy-paste strategy is more for rejections, not for submissions. Let the journals do that. It's important, I think, as a writer, somebody who's aspiring to have their work published, to do the research, to be familiar with deadlines, to be familiar with the voice that particular journals are looking for. Oftentimes, journals will also be themed, so it is important to pay attention to that as well, and not just to sort of have work on standby that you're just going to, machine gun fire at every single journal that's open in North America or in the world. What I will say too is that, if you are somebody who's aspiring to be a poet, a prose writer, or whatever, there's often an additional little degree of attention that's paid to writers that are local. As a Canadian publication, we do have a tendency to not necessarily favor, but look for writing that reflects the landscape that we operate within. So that's why I would say that, things like logging into Submittable and seeing like which calls expire the soonest, and then sending your package to all of those is not something that I would necessarily advise, because even should you be published in the Ohio Peckerhead or something, like that is a publication credit, but it doesn't go very far in the landscape that you probably want to publish in. So you're always kind of working towards, I have nothing against Ohio or Peckerheads, by the way. So it's important, I think, to always be working towards the next step, which is to collect publication credits that are worthwhile, so that eventually you have enough notable publications that you might be able to put a collection forward with a press that's well established in the country, that you have established yourself through publications in literary journals. So yeah, it's the interconnectedness of it, they recognize it, where you've published and what it means to have been published by a certain publication.
Yeah, and I don't want to labor on this point for too long, but a slight extension of that as well is, I think keeping in mind what your goals are when you are submitting to journals is important. Something that I, as I continue to, but especially at the beginning, submit to journals, something that I hadn't been told much about was submitting to the same journal multiple times. There's something to be said about, certainly, about building a relationship with certain editors and certain journals, especially if it speaks to the type of work that you want to be published besides. But also it depends on what you're trying to do, which is why I say keeping your goal in mind is important. If you're trying to build a CV and you have a publication credit with a certain journal, there's something to be said about perhaps taking your work, your new best work, and submitting it elsewhere. If you want to have a CV of multiple publications, then submitting to the same journal recurrently might not be your best avenue. It might not be your best strategy or game plan. So it's something to keep in mind as well as you're submitting, the frequency to which you submit to a journal. It just really depends on your goal and what you're trying to achieve.
Does anybody want to ask something now? Is there anything in the chat? Sure, please. Yeah.
I feel like I'm on The Price is Right.
Thanks. Okay, so this might be a very simplistic question, but just to clarify, a piece can only be published once?
That's a good question. It's not simple. Actually, it's legal. It's pretty charged.
Yeah.
And I don't know totally. I know what our rules are. Essentially, when we accept something for publication, we retain the rights for that piece for 90 days, the first serial rights. After 90 days, those rights revert to the author. Certain publications will publish a piece that's already been published, but it's very rare. You might see that more in collections. So for example, I recently read David Sedaris's The Best of Me, which the entire collection has already been published everywhere, But this sort of brings us to the next point, that was to read submission guidelines very carefully when you're submitting to a journal, and that's something that obviously I would encourage. Although they are rather similar across different journals, you may have certain peculiarities from one to the other, be it the format of submissions. Some journals prefer docx, some prefer PDF, but they're just very easy mistakes to make that are indicative of not having done your due diligence, and that looks bad when you're an editor. We've opened submissions where people are literally screenshotting their notes on their phone, or they're pasting their work directly into the body of the email, or we have a call for submissions for Canadian residents only, and we have people submitting from other countries, and it's just well, clearly you're not paying attention to what we're doing, and it's just one of those pardon my language, throw crap at the wall and see what sticks, and that is not an approach that I would recommend.
Yeah, and also, I mean, it's exactly right. It's a perfect transition to our next point about reading submission guidelines. But to circle back to your question, I mean, you wouldn't be remiss to do a little bit of research about publication rights. As Josh said, we require first publication rights at Yoke, which means it cannot be published in any format in any way. and then you retain the original creative license after 90 days, which essentially means it cannot show up in any other format within a 90-day window post-publication. That being said, there is a wide swath and many different nuances in what a journal will accept. For instance, some journals require first North American serial rights, which essentially means that the work cannot have been published by a North American institution. But if you were published by a European institution, then that does not qualify, and you can publish again with a North American institution. So looking into the sort of nuances of that is an important thing, because you can have one piece of work that, you know, really speaks to you and you want to be able to put onto the world, and you might qualify to publish this for the first time in several different journals, depending on what they require. Furthermore, there's a whole other world with contests and anthologies where they will most often accept work that has been published. So to extend the lifespan of a piece that has already been published in a journal, you can then take that piece and submit it to many contests, and that will get you more credits, a better CV with the same piece that has already been published. So familiarizing yourself with the publication rights and serial rights in general, not specific to any journal, I think is a really good practice as a writer to understand that side of publishing.
So in some submission guidelines of journals that I've looked up recently, they consider publishing on social media as being previously published. If you post a poem on your Instagram page, they would consider that, like, they wouldn't take those poems. Is that something that you do at Yoke, or have you like noticed other journals doing that more?
So a great question. I mean, that's again, it speaks to the sort of all the areas of gray here, in that some journals will just specify that it cannot have appeared in print, whereas other journals will just don't want to have seen the piece published at all. I would say that there's a fine line there. It depends on who you're publishing with and the specificity of how they elaborate on that point. If they do say that this should not have appeared anywhere at all, you know, it's not ever harmful to reach out and ask a question. So as one example is that somebody had submitted to Yoke and they said, listen, I see that you don't accept things that have been published anywhere. I've posted this piece on a very small private page. How would you feel about us submitting this to you? And our simple response was, if you take it down off the page, we're more than fine to publish it. So it really depends on the journal. It doesn't hurt to ask questions, to reach out to the masthead, to the editors. And again, it depends on where the piece has shown up or been present online. If it's a small blog with 20 followers, you know, I don't think there's any harm or foul to just take it down in hush hush. But again, it doesn't hurt to reach out and ask questions. I don't know if you have any point to add to that question specifically, but yeah.
I think we need to like decide what we're doing, because it's a good question.
It is a great question.
And I think it is something that's like emerging, because sometimes, sure, somebody will post something on their Instagram page and maybe they have like 3,800 followers, which means that more people will have seen it than people that will see it through our publication, kind of thing. I think it's a bit of a gray area. I consider a published piece to be a piece that's gone through an editorial process and has been published by an entity that does that exclusively. So if it's sort of your like, you know, Tumblr thoughts or whatever, I'm not overly concerned. But yeah, we haven't encountered that much of it, but they are conversations that we're going to start having, that we have started having, and that we will continue to have. But good question, good question. If there are more questions, feel free whenever. Otherwise, we're sort of moving on to, you can go ahead and get ready. How to structure a submission. Yes.
Okay, another question. So you guys have mentioned building a CV of writing. Yeah. What kind of is the benefit of that CV in the sense of like what is the person leveraging that for in the future? Is it to be published at like bigger publications? Is that the only use for that kind of CV? And then also, you'd said if someone wanted to build that CV, publishing at different places would be the way to go, but like what would be the other goals if their goal wasn't just the CV? And then in that sense, publishing at the same place over and over again, what benefit does that have?
I'll start by addressing the latter point, and then maybe Josh, you can speak to sort of the CV. So an alternative to building a CV, so essentially working with a single publication, I think there are multiple answers to that, but one would be that for somebody that perhaps doesn't have access to a workshop or editorial feedback, to build a relationship, a lasting relationship with an editor can be a very significant and important relationship to establish for a writer. For one, the editor gets to know your work a little bit better. They're able to perhaps provide a little bit more insight to your work than an editor who is seeing your work for the first time might be able to. To be able to find a home in a literary journal and a community also, beyond just the one-on-one relationship you might have with an editor is important. For instance, certain journals will have launch parties and events, and if you have a lasting relationship with a journal, they know your name, they've published you several times, then that exists and you can become a part of that community. Speaking specifically to Yoke, for instance, when we have events, one of which is like a pop-up poetry event we have every month, when we're looking for poets, if we've published somebody more than once, we have a relationship with this poet now. We've been building relationship, and so we'll be sitting around the table thinking about who can we get to attend this event, and we'll be like, oh, there was that one poet, they published a piece in 1.1, 1.2, 1.2.1, they might be a good bet, and we'll reach out to them. So as far as I see it, publishing with one journal perennially is a good way to build relationships with editors and the literary community. That's one angle, but surely there is more than that, and that's just been my experience. And Josh, to the point of the CV.
Yeah, well, also this might not be the industry standard, but both of our current poetry editors, Annie and Willow, are poets who published with us in the past on more than one occasion. And like you said, who are part of our literary and artistic community, who come to the events and now are on our masthead and work with us in an editorial capacity. So I think that may be one reason why you may try to establish a working relationship and a professional relationship with a journal. But like I said, I don't think that is the industry standard either. And I also would encourage aspiring writers to publish as widely as they can, to create a CV or a resume that's balanced and that demonstrates, that you've achieved certain things, you've done your research, and you've sort of like checked a lot of boxes. Like, have you guys seen like the Avengers? Like, you go after different Infinity Stones, you know what I mean? Like, once you have one, it's kind of, it establishes you as a more round, I think, individual in publishing if you have been able to publish with different journals, because it's hard, right? Like the acceptance rate, even for us at Yoke, it's probably like 10%. Some of the bigger journals have acceptance rates that are as low as 1% to 2%. My own acceptance rate when I send stuff out might be 10%, So to be able to put work together and to send it to the appropriate places and to have that work accepted by those places, you take that, you put it into your resume, and it kind of speaks for you. You know what I mean? Because your work, your current submission does obviously carry a lot of the weight, but the CV that's attached to it, people ask for it for a reason, and that reason is often sort of like as a little prelude to the artist that is attached to the work, right? Like if we receive a submission and we see that the writer has published in, CV2, for example, and the Puritan in Room, we're going to pay special attention to that piece, because that tells us that this writer has done a lot of work of going through what they needed to go through to publish with very successful, very well-established literary journals. It's one of those things where like nepotism won't do it for you, banging at the door harder won't do it for you. Only skillful writing, and time will do it for you. So I think that the importance of a resume is really that it's sort of like a greeting card of You know, this is who I am, and then you have your submission, and this is what I'm bringing to you.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
And even a continuation, extension of that point too, is with, again, goal in mind for aspiring career writers. You know, it's like many things, you have to sort of build up and climb the ladder. Journal publications for a lot of writers are an entry point to, or a sort of means of attaining something more. Certain publication houses will, again, consider a collection of work more seriously if you have journal publications on your CV. So in order to publish a collection for some publishing houses, that's actually quite important, having that built CV of literary publications. And that continues past that as well. If you want a literary agent to represent you as a writer, most often you need a book publication or a collection publication, as well as publications with literary journals. So if you're hoping to climb and build as a career writer, that CV actually becomes of great importance as you build up and collect publication credits and more. So there, you know, a CV can be quite a useful tool and sort of help you move forward in your writing career.
All right, so this is a two-part question, actually. So you just talked about the writer's background when they submit, like their maybe schooling or past publications, etc. So I just wanted to know, when we submit, do we send like an about me section to the email? Or to the submission, rather?
That, again, I would refer you to the submission guidelines of the particular publication that you're submitting to. The majority of publications will ask for a biographical statement in the third person. So I would encourage everyone in this room to have one locked and loaded, ready to go. It can be copy pasted, brief. And I think we can talk about this a little bit later and do kind of like a writing exercise at the end, maybe in like 10 minutes or so.
All right, and the second part really quick. If we do have to send in a bio, how much influence does it have on our actual work?
Do you want to take that?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think this is also very journal dependent. I would suggest that in the industry, you know, the sort of practice is to read blindly. So it's most often the work that will take precedence. That being said, from anecdotal evidence and stories, there are points, and this differs again between what journal you're submitting to, but there are points at which a biography, a publishing history, the status as a writer may come in and influence if there's a sort of tough decision to be made. So I always think that the work is of the greatest importance, but everything that you submit in a submission can or may be considered. So take it all very seriously. The email you write, the body of it, the bio, the artist statement. If the journal you're submitting to is primarily publishing playful artist statements and bios, then submit a playful one. If it's a serious journal, then get to the point, have that artist statement and bio 50 words or less with your publication history. And again, there are, you know, many things that you can include in a submission that will perhaps make you stand out. Artist statement being one. Also, speaking to your intentions as a writer is one that doesn't come up often, and what your aspirations are as a writer if you're hoping to publish a full collection, etc. So I always say work takes precedence, but anything can be considered and may be a factor. So take it all very seriously.
If I could, I would say try to distract from your work as little as possible. You know, like when I receive a bio that's, you know, hilarious, 250 words, like, I don't know, it can be a little bit derivative. Like, it's been done, it's a little bit dry. The majority of the time, especially the submittable format, is you will be asked to submit a bio and a cover letter. The bio should never exceed 50 words. You can add a little bit of personality in it, but that little bit of personality in it will not get your work published. That is a fact, right? And then the cover letter essentially should be kept to, thank you for considering my publication. Here is this. what is the title. If you want to add maybe a sentence or two about the nature of the work, if it's a series of poems, maybe you want to speak to the way that, you know, they're interrelated, the kind of inspiration behind them perhaps, or the thematical motivation, whatever. But like I said, my main suggestion is to not make these things that are complementary to the work bigger than they need to be, because at the end of the day, the work is always chief, and you want to make sure that the reader gets to the work as soon as possible. Yeah.
Hi. I just had a question. It's a bit less technical than what we were just talking about. Would you be able to shine a bit of light on what journals expect when they have an open theme? Because it can be kind of daunting where it's just like, you just submit anything you want, or should we be doing a lot of background info research, and just kind of like what you expect when you put out an open theme?
Open themes, is that what, okay, yeah.
Well, yeah, for one, I think that this is, as I was saying earlier, this is an opportunity where if you have some sort of familiarity with the style of work that's published, this will be a benefit for you. But also, it's from another angle, it's an opportunity for you to publish work that may be wholly your own and unique, and that might not fit elsewhere. If you have work that might be easily pigeonholed into a theme or something that might be suited to other journals, then an open theme is really just a call for you to submit the work that you think is you know, perhaps most representative of the work you're most proud of, without any restrictions. But again, also, it would be to your advantage to know the style of work they publish, regardless of the theme. I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
I think it's just an invitation to dust off your very best work.
Yeah.
And some of my favorite pieces that I've published are pieces that were rejected before, kind of thing, you know, and that I wrote for specific themed issues, and then I reworked for an open themed issue. And then that's where they found a journal, you know. But I do understand the whole paradox of choice thing, like, oh, I can write about anything. Wow, terrifying. But I guess it's, like I said, an opportunity to just really look at your register of work, find what you absolutely adore, you know, like your favorite writing, make it as good as you can, and then, you know, send it off. Even themed issues, you know, the theme is very loose, you know, like, I would even say that for most themed issues, if the theme is represented too overtly, you're probably doing not a very good job sort of representing the theme. Does that make sense? Do you know what I'm kind of saying? Like,
yeah, I would agree with that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, well said. But yeah, on the topic of themed submissions, without the question being asked, you know, it's also a matter of, like, some people will write a piece specifically for a themed issue, which is fine, again, without making it perhaps be, you know, beating the theme over the head, for lack of a better terms. But if there's a piece you have that exists already, and there's a slight relation to the theme, I would personally suggest don't work too hard on teasing that out and making it overtly obvious. But if you want to refine that a little bit, then it wouldn't hurt. Yeah.
So let's maybe chat a little bit. Like, who's had some publications recently, or who's published some fun stuff? Can I ask you where?
Yeah, the Veg, McGill's journal.
Veg, okay, McGill. So the Veg, McGill's journal. I'm just a little bit curious. Are there others? I'll just repeat them. I'm just curious what the people are publishing. Jade here. Beyond Words, and where's that out of? Ooh. Internationally published. Keeping a running list of publications is also something that every aspiring writer should do, and also the dates that they're open for submissions. Again, some of the bigger journals, let me see if I can think of one. You know, some of the bigger ones, they only have very small submission windows, so they'll read for 2 months out of the year, and it can suck to have something that you think is very good work, but you have to sit on it for 7 months. Because, you know, you're 4 days late and you're not paying attention to submission calendars. Yeah. Who else? Who else has had success publishing? I'm so interested. Yeah. Soliloquies. Okay, congratulations. That's the Concordia undergraduate journal, yeah? Awesome. Great journal. I never took my work though, so I got my reservations.
My first short story ever published was with Soliloquies as well, so thank you for your work. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. We might come back to that, but the other sort of point that we were going to address was how to structure a submission. So I might ask if anyone feels bold and daring enough to tell me how you would structure a submission. You know, what do you include? How do you put it together? Does anyone feel like that they might have the right answer or that they might know?
Or specific questions about a particular point as well.
And then we'll give you the right answer. Not that. No? No one wants to take us? Yeah, sure.
Follow the submission guidelines.
The submission guidelines, back to the guidelines, yeah. Well, yeah, essentially you crack the code. So I guess it is very important to always refer back to the guidelines. And I will say about our own guidelines at Yoke that hours went into them, right? Research, they're very deliberate. And there's a reason why we ask for certain things that we ask for. And that reason is, you know, as wide as facilitating the editorial process, making decisions, ensuring that the work is received in optimal quality, right? Sometimes we have some reformatting that happens with file modifications, you know, in the electronic transit. So yeah, definitely the submission guidelines are not like a copy paste kind of boilerplate text that journals just paste on their pages. They're typically pretty intentional resources for the contributor, but also for the staff that's editing the journal. So always, yeah, refer back to, good one.
And I would also say that this is perhaps like a point for writers that all, you know, aspiring beginner or advanced writers should know, and it may be a morale boosting point that is echoing something that was said in a past panel, is that you can still follow all of the submission guidelines and have a very strong piece of work and still get rejected. Like, there are so many moving parts in getting a piece published that, you know, it's never a personal matter. There's so many times, again, now just speaking from Yoke's personal experience, you know, it's come so close between two pieces, and we've had to bring in people and have had like hour-long debates about why we should pick a work over the other. And the one that ends up unfortunately getting rejected, it just boils down to a matter of who was on the committee, who was reading, and stylistic preferences, and how it's suited amongst the other work that's already been accepted. So it's a very important thing to know too, that you can follow all the guidelines, you can hit all the check marks and still get these rejections. So, you know, that's just something important to keep at the back of the mind, the back of your mind as you're submitting as a writer.
Yeah. I would say that a lot of people don't know how close they might have come to being published, kind of thing. But on that subject too, you know, like we said, rejections are not personal, and acceptances often are. We've had a big rotation of editors, particularly with poetry. So there's always different sensibilities, and you never know when an editor is going to connect with your work, right? So don't try too hard to write for the editor, kind of thing. Write the work that is the absolute best work that you can put together and that you feel comfortable writing and that you love writing. And eventually you're going to find an editor that just, it resonates with. Like I said, we've had 4 different poetry editors, all with different readerships and different sensibilities. And as a consequence, the composition of every one of our issues has been wildly different. So something that might have been rejected when it was sent to us for our first issue could very well have been one of the pieces that was highlighted in our third. Right? So that's another thing that I would say is never put your rejected work in the garbage. You work too hard to put good writing together, right? So don't just throw it out. I would say, you know, some pieces, of course, like, but it doesn't mean that they're bad. And I know that that's such like a boring cliche thing to say, and all of the rejection letters have, oh, we love reading your work. Yeah, sure you do. But it genuinely doesn't mean that they're bad. Maybe it just means that they need more work, and that's something to keep in mind. And the last thing I will say kind of about that and the quality of the work is I'm lucky in that I'm surrounded by top tier readers and editors, and I very rarely submit a piece that hasn't been proofed by people that I trust, right? When we receive a piece and the first line has a pretty grave grammatical error or a typo, it's hard to take all the other lines seriously. And that's really too bad because typos happen. But when you're, submitting a 15-line poem, they don't happen, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like I'm also very trigger happy with submissions. I finish something, I'm like, oh my God, it's the best thing I've ever written, is the Puritan, is the Walrus accepting submissions right now. They must publish this. And then I send it and I sit on it for 3 weeks, go back to it, open it up, and there's like typos, and I'm like, I'm going on the Walrus blacklist, So yeah, really take the time to sit with your work. And if you can have readers that you trust read it, that's very, very precious. That's very, very good. Somebody who will tell you if it's not quite good enough, because that's as important. Everybody around you, especially your family, they love your work, and you're the best poet they know, and you're the only poet they know. So if you can surround yourself with people who, can help you make those decisions and move yourself forward as a writer, that's important.
There's a question on Zoom from Amy. Josh and Curtis, if you want to take it. Amy, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, one thing I wanted to ask about was sort of managing the research in terms of, besides, working a regular job and trying to do your own writing and trying to get feedback, you really do need to know the journals that you're submitting to. And like you said, the kind of work they do and who they tend to, stylistically and blah, blah, blah. However, this can be such an incredible time suck as well as being expensive. Like I currently have more printed material coming into the house than I can even possibly get through. And you want to be genuine about it, right? You don't want to be just throwing things at you. Really want to understand these journals. But I mean, how does anyone reasonably manage being legitimately familiar with these publications and still managing to have time to, read for fun or, afford all these, subscriptions? I mean, like how, as someone who does that regularly, I assume as a professional, how do you manage that?
Yeah, so I mean, I think there are a few options, and unfortunately, this is not the case for every journal. So I'll preface this by saying that first and foremost, if there's a digital publication, always start there because that's easily accessible. It's free. You can read 1, 2, 3 pieces and start to get an idea for a voice. And most often, voice of the journal, most often the digital publication is concurrent with the print publication. So that's one thing. And assuming you're trying to print in print. If that is not available, then a lot of journals will have a digital PDF file of print publications for a substantially lower fee. So let's say the print publication is $20, as is the case with the Journal Montreal Randomly Thinking One Yoke. They also have digital files for $4, So this is a way to be able to read a print publication without having to actually purchase the print publication and have it shipped to you. So that's one thing. The unfortunate reality is that those two options aren't always available. And there are certain journals where if you do want to familiarize yourself with the work, you simply will have to purchase the print publication. And if you can do that, then that's great. I would suggest doing that. If not, I would also suggest submit anyway. Try it out and just see if the work ends up being well suited to the journal. But of course, always the game plan is to be able to familiarize yourself. So if it's digital publication, a digital file of a print publication, or the print publication itself, you have a couple different avenues. And if none of those are available to you, then submit anyway. That would be what I would say. Yeah.
I think most Canadian journals, you'll be able to find some of their published works either on a website or even like in an anthology online, like a national collection or something like that. And if you can't find that, I understand that you don't want to sort of have to compartmentalize your reading into reading for pleasure, reading to improve my chances to be published. Essentially, just read some good material. If you're a poet and you want to publish poetry, read the best Canadian poets that are out there, and I'm sure that their work would be placed in any Canadian journal. At the end of the day, it's more about your work. I think that reading is more of a way to inform and to sort of concretize and cement your practice of publishing and submitting to journals. It's just a good habit to have. Full disclosure, I don't read like all the journals that I've published in, definitely not. So I wish I could, but again, there is a thing where you're not always going to be ordering them. And another, if I'm just going to keep moving in that direction real quick, is to know where these journals are sold to. Like there's a lot of Montreal bookstores that sell Canadian literary journals. Like, you know, St. Henry has a few.
St. Henry, Argo,
The Word.
Paragraph, The Word, Drawn and Quarterly, Distill. There are plenty of bookshops in Montreal alone that do sell literary journals. So
Good access points to that literature. Yeah. Thank you for your question.
Great question.
Amy.
Can I maybe just ask you guys to briefly, because we've talked brilliantly and you've talked wonderfully for the writers, but I know that some of the people here also want to work in publishing. So maybe just in the very short amount of time, just run through, everybody thinks of being an editor, but there are other jobs that are essential to running a magazine, I'm sure. And so maybe just talk about the various entry points for people who are interested.
Yeah. Sorry, Kate, I know you mentioned that earlier. I wish I didn't see how much time we had left, but yeah. So at Yoke, there are currently 10 of us that are working, doing a variety of things. My role is editor-in-chief, so I do a lot of administrative work. You know, when you think editor, you often think, you know, red crayon and slashing paragraphs and transforming work into more publishable work. But personally, as an editor-in-chief, there's quite a bit of, you know, bureaucracy, dealing with the financial aspect of Yoke, dealing with funding, grant applications, and such and such. So yeah, I can speak for myself. Curtis can speak to his role, and we'll split the rest. But yeah, so the editor-in-chief is just a lot of operational and logistical work goes into being an editor-in-chief. It's not just about the actual art, unfortunately, because it is a business at the end of the day.
Yeah. And so when I first started with Yoke, I was creative director, which is a specific title, but for our purposes, it was an intentionally vague one so that I could spin a lot of plates. And I mean, I was event planning, I was reaching out to institutions and organizations for collaborations. I was doing design work. I was ordering the journal, the order in which the pieces appeared. I had to learn how to use InDesign to, which was mentioned in the last panel, to actually design the issue itself. Now as managing editor, my current position, it's a lot of organizational work again, with calendars, our digital publication, our print publication deadlines, sort of overlooking the work of many of all our different genre editors and making sure that they hit their deadlines, amongst other things. So of course there are so many different roles that are essential to any journal, and there are many ways into a journal. I think, Josh, maybe a good point too to mention that you can speak to is how some of the people who have come into Yoke, who weren't a part of the original members, how they got into Yoke and what they did to get themselves a position.
Yeah. So again, it's kind of what we were talking about, just becoming familiar with a publication and its members. I mean, a few of the people that ended up spending time with us working, we met at events or we had published them. But if I can just kind of like sidestep that a little bit and say that there are roles that, you know, you don't often think about when you think about a publication, especially a modern one. So, you know, we do pay a lot of attention to things like social media. You know, Yoke has a very big Instagram presence because there's a very big Instagram presence, you know? We also try to be 360 in that we have live events, we have online events. So we try to remain accessible that way. And just diversify kind of like our offering and add more and more texture to Yoke so that we're not unilaterally a biannual publication. Because I think that sometimes publications like that can sort of flatten out or get forgotten a little bit. Obviously not the ones that are still around, still very successful, but one thing that keeps us going is that we're always kind of thinking about what can we do to keep engaging with our community, right? We started as a literary journal, and I would say that we became like an arts community. So workshops, events, gatherings, we try to be present and provide a physical space for people to come to. So that said, we need somebody to coordinate, you know, our social media, our communications, our marketing, and along with that, our graphic design. So there's a lot that goes into Yoke beyond the words and the actual editing. Like Kurt said, we worked with a professional graphic designer to put our website together. So that aspect was also super important and integral in allowing us to become, to have the presence that we have. And then the big one that I can think about, kind of the big one is, you know, funding, grant writing is imperative to any organization, especially in the arts. And I would say that in the same way that I recommend that you read a journal before you submit to it, I think where we're at now is to sort of read a lot of documentation on how to get, you know, that money from the arts, federally, provincially, and that's sort of like the research that we're doing currently. And I know that there's some people who are absolutely brilliant grant writers. I can't grant write, you know, I'm a creative writer. So I think that, you know, for some people whose forte is not necessarily creative writing, if you're a strong technical writer, a good organized writer, then you would be an asset, you know, to any literary journal, because these things, you know, there's no journal without money. Like I said, I've seen a lot of journals go entirely digital or just, you know, implode and they're not around anymore. So yeah, grant writing is a big one.
Definitely. And if I can make one last point to answer your question, Kate, some of the people who, again, were not initial members of Yoke and who had worked their way into a position on the masthead, for those aspiring to be editors or work in an editorial capacity who have no experience, like many professional endeavors, expect to work up. So I think that, you know, outside of the convenience of a journal issuing a call for a position where we are hiring a poetry editor, send us your CV, that's an obvious course of action. But outside of those calls, you can always just send an email. And these don't just fall on blind eyes, right? Like if you just send an email saying, listen, I really enjoy the work you do. I'm very interested in your project. Can I perhaps come on as a reader, unpaid? Unfortunately, you know, with journals, there are a lot of unpaid positions, but if you're really dedicated and you want to get into a paid position, that's could be one course of action to get there, one of many. But if you were to, again, start as a reader, once you have your foot in the door, it's much easier to get into a position where you're taking on more editorial work and a bigger editorial capacity. So just getting your foot in the door, expressing interest, volunteering to be a reader, these are all ways to, you know, have your name floating around the room when a position does become available.
We've never put out a job posting per se. Like it was always friends of friends who came to us, people who approached us, sent resumes, you know, we speak to them and then find something for them to do. I think journals are always looking for readers, especially journals that receive a lot of submissions. Our last issue, we received, I think, something like 750 poetry submissions, which was very, very big for the 3 readers that we had. And we almost outsourced. And if we should have that many again, we certainly will. But yeah, I guess I would say, you know, a lot of times you look at a publication and you see the name of it, whatever it is, but just keep in mind that it's a bunch of like people behind it and that they need help, you know, and they'd be happy, you know, if you were volunteering your services or whatever. And even if it is unpaid, it's great experience. And there are paid positions. I recently saw, you know, Grain was looking for an editor and they were paying like a very reasonable wage. But I do think that without any experience in publishing, these positions might be difficult to secure. So doing some work with the journal like Yoke or other smaller presses, smaller literary journals might be a great place to start. And it's also, I think, a matter too of sometimes like inventing your own job type of thing, right? We had somebody who approached us to do an interview with a writer, which is something that we never really thought about doing. And then all of a sudden, we're buying a recorder online, we're preparing questions, we're reading like an advanced reader copy, and like, sure, yeah, we'll do interviews. So if you're somebody who has an idea, you can always approach a journal and think, you know, we could do a series, I could publish like an editorial, something like that. Kate, I feel like you know about some positions. Is there more?
No.
Okay. I was like, am
I think you have run the gamut from marketing to editing, promotion to grant writing. All of that is, and all of those are really key roles. And I would just echo that, you know, some of the positions seem more glamorous, although I think historically editor has been more glamorous than it is now. But I would hope you guys would agree that it sort of does take a village to get a brilliant magazine like, you know, to the stand. So
yeah, it's the only reason that we're still operational and that we will continue to operate is that we're super well staffed, and like 3 people could be out sick, we still have like a majority of 7 who are working and hustling, and like we are very disciplined and we're super committed, and it's a lot of hours that go into it. But at the end of the day, we're proud of the work that we put out. We're proud of the writers that we've published. Some writers that we've published have gone on already to publish. Eddie Boudel-Tan is one who's published like his 2nd or 3rd novel with Dundurn Press. You know, we published Harry Byrnes, who moderated earlier. Who else?
Kaylee Michelle is
Michelle is publishing with Pamphlet, her 2nd book. I don't know how to say it. It's a press, whatever. Yeah, so it's just exciting to be a part of people's writing journeys. There's something very fulfilling about that. And Kate nailed it earlier. You know, it is a labor of love, or you reiterated, but it was mentioned by
I'll take the credit again.
my peers earlier. Yeah, it is very much a team effort. It does take a village to raise a little baby issue. But man, woman, when you get it done, when you get an issue, if you're working for press, it's a great feeling. Like making something real and like knowing that people will read it, there's a terrific amount of pride that's derived from that. And I would definitely recommend it to anyone here. And if anyone here, by the way, should ever have any questions, please don't all come ask to be a reader. But like we remain open. Like that's the thing that I was trying to say is like, I'm always available to answer questions about getting into the industry in different positions, speaking, chatting, grabbing coffee, whatever. We love it, and we think that Montreal is a terrific city for the arts, for literature, and that, you know, the best is yet to come. And we're just super excited to be a small part of that conversation.
And on that note, I will release you guys with our grateful thanks. Can we just give a round of applause? I'm hoping the virtual audience is clapping too, because you've earned it. It takes a village. Well, it takes a village to run a day's panel, and these 2 superheroes saved the day for us today, and I'm really, really appreciative. Thank you so much. Anna, everybody at ForSpace, Emily, all of you watching, and certainly all of you who have been in this room and contributing. Thank you very, very much. It's been a wonderful, wonderful day. I hope there's food for thought for everybody. And I look forward to seeing you guys next week in class and the rest of you in the halls. And I'll turn it over to Anna to say a final goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you, Kate. And I just got excited. I was like, I hope there's food. And I was like, there's food for thought. Okay, I'll take it. Food for thought.
Next time I'm bringing donuts, I promise.
But congratulations on putting this together. It was, in fact, a labor of love, just the work behind the scenes to make this day happen for all of you who joined us in person and online. So congratulations to all of the organizers and participants. We won't keep you here any longer. We know it's cold and freezing in here and warm and nice outside. So get on out there, and we wish you a great day. Hope to see you at ForSpace again soon. Bye, everybody, on Zoom and here.
Bye.
Ciao.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.